Good morning, everyone. Just a bit of a heads up, we're about 10 minutes from the start of the opening ceremonies. We'll ask that all 4-H members come to the ring for the opening ceremonies, please. Could we get all of the 4-H members to come to the ring, please, so we can get started with opening ceremonies? We need all 4-H members to the ring, please. Could all 4-H members come to the ring now, please? Come on in. Don't be shy. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all to the 2025 Newell District 4-H Beef Show and Sale. At this time, I'm going to ask you all to rise, and the Jenner 4-H Club is going to lead us in O Canada, and following that, the John Ware Club will lead us in the 4-H Pledge. So please rise if you can and remove cover. Sing it like you own it. It's on.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all our sons command. With glorying hearts we see thee rise, the true North strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
If you guys can please keep your hats off. Loud and proud, you guys.
I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, my health for better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you. Well done. We're going to get started with the judging here. A few things to go over first is our judge today, Jay Good, is going to come out and give you a quick rundown of what he's going to be looking for today. Once he has done that, we are going to ask that the Dusty Plains Club, the Bazano Club, and the South Slope Club will judge first. The other three clubs can leave the ring so that these other three clubs can judge, so that they can go back and get their steers ready. So anyways, I'm going to turn the mic over to Jay, and he'll give us an idea of what he's looking for today.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Before we get into the judging, I'm going to, because you guys are you and I'm me and we all know each other, I'm going to give you guys a couple of showmanship tips that are going to help the day go quicker. I've run this by your showmanship judge. She's okay with it. This is stuff you do before you even get in the show ring. So before you come into the show ring, I want you to take 1 minute, ask a senior member, ask a leader, ask a parent, is my show halter on right? Does it fit? Is it on properly? And if it's not, you fix it back there. We don't fix it in the ring. That's 1 minute of your time. That's time pretty well spent. The other good use of your time is if you're not in the first class or the second class, come watch the first class so you know how we're going to work the ring today. Judges don't all work the ring the same way, and I'm willing to bet that whoever gave you your showmanship demonstration might not work the ring the way I do. So it's going to go a lot easier for everybody. You're going to look a whole lot. We're going to give a better show to the people in the stands if you guys know what's happening when you come into the ring. And that takes 10 minutes, and that's the best 10 minutes you can spend today on your showmanship. Got it? You agree? Excellent. Okay, market steers. What's the most important thing on market steers? I know you know because I told you all. What's the most important thing on market steers? No, I can't hear you. Come on. What's that? The build. You can do better than that. Muscling's the most important thing, right? We want these steers are for meat production. We want lots of muscling. What shape is muscle? Round. Thank you, Cameron. Muscle's round. So we're looking for steers with lots of round shape to show that they got muscle. We want to see their feet wide apart to show they got lots of internal muscle. We want to see round shape. We want to see roundness all the way when you stand behind the animal, all the way down around through the stifle. When you look in front of the animal, we want to see some width to their chest. We want to see some width in their shoulders, showing us that they've got muscle. We're looking for length, because body length is where the most expensive cuts are. It's the next most important thing on market steers. Finish. Fat. Okay? We have to have fat on these carcasses to produce internal body fat, to produce marbling, which is what makes steaks tasty and juicy or makes them tough. So we want to make sure the steer's got enough fat on them. We're not going to let you touch the steers today because we're going to have to show them, but you can tell if a steer's fat by looking at them. How? Well, fat's square, right? So we're looking for a steer that's full on the flank, a steer that's full on the twist. His brisket's really full. On some of the British breeds, we'll look for what we call little fat pones, little pockets of fat right beside the top of their tail. We're looking for that to see if the steer is finished. So muscling and finish, those are the two by far the most important things on a steer. After that, we worry about, do they have a strong top line? Are they showy? Are they really flashy? And then after that, we might consider feet and legs. Feet and legs on a steer really doesn't matter all that much. We don't care how they move. They obviously made it to the feed bunk, so they move well enough. So muscling, fat, and then we worry about the rest of it. You guys got any questions? Nope, good.
Okay, thank you, Jay, for those great words. Okay, now, except for the Dusty Plains, Bazano, and South Slope, the rest of you members are excused. Just a reminder that there'll be no talking, no cell phones. When you're judging, if you are caught doing that, you'll be asked to leave the ring. You'll have 15 minutes to judge the steers. I will give you a 5-minute and a minute warning. Okay, do we have the Dusty Plains, Bazano, and South Slope clubs in the ring? Oh, they're just getting some boards to write on? Okay, we'll wait for that. Just a Everybody ready? You have 15 minutes. Your 15 minutes will start now. Throughout the day, I'll be going through a long list of sponsors that help make this day possible. And I would encourage you that if you know these people that have a sponsor, to shake their hand, say thank you, give them a pat on the back, maybe do some business with them, because without these people, today would not go on. And there's also a long list of volunteers that I'm going to go through too that make this day possible. I'd like to say thank you to the chairman of the Beef Committee, Lee Beasley. Our key leader today is Carolyn Henriksen. I saw her over by the scale this morning taking down the weights and stuff. I'd like to say thank you to the show secretary, Kathleen Peltzer. She also was a great help to me yesterday, trying to keep me in line. It's a big job, I know. Today's show and sale administrators, Kristen Isdick and Carolyn Henriksen. Carolyn Henriksen will also be calculating the rate of gain. Our judge today is Jay Good, and I'll tell you more about him later. Today's showmanship judge is Brianne Peltzer, and grooming today is Trevor Lieberon. Helping out back here, getting the cattle ready to come into the ring, is Carrie Kopp and Sarah Nisnik. And our show ringmen today are Abby Slorsted, Lindsay Peltzer, and Lori Morash. Later on tonight will be when we sell the steers. Ross Annett and Logan Hopp will be taking care of that. Also, if you are not able to attend the sale, you can log on to DLMS and bid on there. Just push the button. Thank Val Gillespie for coming over and looking at these calves and making sure the manifests were all made out properly. Later on tonight, the sales secretaries will be Sue Giles and Kathy Clark, and our sale ringmaster tonight will be Cole Brost. Helping out at the sale also will be Dan Sewell, Deloy Jensen, and Grant Ellison. Also like to say thank you to our judging card markers today, Emma and Marilene Van Steeklenburg. For the 4-H members that are judging in the ring, when you're done, you can give your card to Brianne Peltzer. She's in the black blazer right by the out gate there. Just give her your judging cards when you're done. Continuing the show today, we will have an awards presentation at 4 o'clock. A beef on a bun supper will be at 5 o'clock. I'd like to say thank you to Nutrient Ag Solutions Canada Incorporated for donation of the beef, and it's being prepared by the Brooks Masonic Lodge number 73. Following that, we'll get into the sale at 6 p.m. Once again, like I said before, if you're not able to be with us, you can log on to DLMS and bid online. .4-H judging members in the ring, you have 5 minutes left. 5 minutes. Jenner, Tilly, and John Ware clubs, you'll be in the ring next to judge. You have 5 minutes to get here, please. Please be ready. A big thank you also goes out to Daryl Weister and his crew and the facilities and staff of the Silver Sage Community Corral, always having this place in tip-top shape and letting us come here for the 2 days. And also like to say thank you for this EB trailer that we're sitting on here today, our announcer stand. Thank you to Ross Annett and T-Down Trailers for that. And also it's been cleaned up and moved out already, but thank you to Niznik Ranches and Giles Ranches for the scale that we weighed all these calves on this morning. So thanks to everybody for helping out. 4-H members judging, you have 1 minute left. 1 minute. Would also like to take this opportunity to wish the South Slope Club 90th birthday. Their club is 90 years old, which I think is quite an accomplishment to keep on going that long. 90, that's a pretty good shift. So happy birthday to the South Slope Club. Just in time because time is up. So if we could get the Jenner, Tilly, and John Ware Club to the rings, please, to judge. Once again, there's no talking, no cell phones. If you are caught either of those, we will ask you to leave the ring. If everybody is ready, you will have 15 minutes to judge. Your 15 minutes starts now. Some other show sponsors that are helping us out today is A1 Irrigation, Martin Cattle Company Incorporated, T-Down Trailers, JMH and Company Accountants, the County of Newell, Alberta Beef Producers, and Ponderosa Rentals.
The lives of lucky men. And Julie's head out there. I was once a good man. Now I'm living in despair.
4-H members that are judging, you have 5 minutes left. 5 minutes. As soon as we're done judging, we're going to ask that the Dusty Plains first split, that'll be the juniors, be ready to come into the ring. We'll be looking for Emmett Berg, Cheyenne Curry, Mason Curry, Brinley Griffith, Ryber Griffith, Ransom Richards, and Charlotte Rook. Please be ready. Also, some sponsors would like to say thank you is to Q105 and 101.5 Radio, the Prairie Girl Country Grill in Cessford, Bow Slope Shipping Association, Universal HD, and Twisted Roots Home Decor. Thank you for your sponsorship. Our photographer today, Tracy Iwan, is sponsored by Rocky Mountain Equipment. They still have 1 minute, but it appears as though we're done. So if you are one of the 4-H members that did have a steer in the ring, we'd ask you to come and get it, please. And then we'll be asking for those steers to come back later on today at the end of the show. like to say thank you to our groundskeepers and waste management crew, Clint Morash and Bruce Nisnick, for helping out also. It's not a very good job, but it's one that has to be done.
Rush of blood to my head. I took a picture for these memories. I remembered what you said when you said you wouldn't let go of me. I don't wanna put you down this time and forget about everything and what we found. I don't wanna lose it all this time.
Our first class in the ring today from the Dusty Plains 4-H Multi-Club will be the juniors. First into the ring, we have Emmett Berg. Next in is Cheyenne Curry. After that, we have Mason Curry. Then Brinley Griffith, Ribber Griffith, and then Ransom Richards. And finishing out the class is Charlotte Rook. Judge, your class is complete.
I don't wanna lose you, baby. Don't you know, girl, what you mean to me? Pull apart my ribs and plant your heart inside my chest. I'll do the rest. Show you what it means to believe. Feel it in your heart, it'll burn like the sun, and you'll see me.
Our judge today, judging quality, is Jay Good. Jay comes to us from Brooks, Alberta, where he has been a 4-H leader for 20 years, leading beef, swine, and judging project leader. He started judging 35 years ago and has judged sheep, beef, and swine shows in Alberta, BC, Saskatchewan, and Montana. In 2019, he coached the Alberta 4-H team to their best ever finish at the National Western 4-H Roundup in Denver, Colorado. He has been a coach at the Summer Synergy Judging Camp for the past 4 years. Jay grew up in Carstairs, Alberta, showing Limousin cattle at 4-H and junior shows. When his kids were in 4-H, they also showed Limousin cattle and developed a flock of Suffolk ewes, providing themselves and local members with market lamb prospects. He is the past chair of 4-H Alberta Beef Advisory Committee and a member of the Provincial Beef Carcass Committee. Jay is the inventory coordinator for Gateway Livestock Group of companies. Gateway specializes in providing high-quality slaughter and feeder cattle to customers in Western Canada and the Pacific Northwest U.S. When not at work, judging, Jay will be at a youth show judging. He's also a piper with the Southern Alberta Pipes and Drums. Jay is the trophy husband of Arlene, who is the chair of 4-H Alberta Sheep Show and a member of the 4-H Alberta Board of Directors.
driving rain, found John's out hitting on the liquor again. It wasn't too late, about 10:30 when he let loose for the cat dragged in. It was a Sunday. And then morning came in, morning when he tried to make me pay the rent. Said I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. Brother, what you owe me, I can't count on anymore. Till the police come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground. Burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I spent some time in a backwoods town, ain't nothing to do 'cause there ain't nothing around. Deputy sheriff ran around the block, but the streets are empty and the doors are locked. Got pretty lonely. And that preacher there, King rang my bell, told me a little about heaven and a lot about hell. Said I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way?
Another one of our judges today, judging the grooming, is Trevor Lieberon. Trevor is a purebred and commercial calf operator out of Jenner. Jenner is involved in showing his purebred females and bulls at farm fair. Trevor has been involved with 4-H previously as a leader and now continues to volunteer his time to 4-H.
Burning down the house, tear it to the ground. Burn it up, tear it down, burning down the The world outside is mad and cold. You don't grow up, you just grow old. Soon it's over, so they say. But God Almighty, till that day, we'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground. Burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground. Burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Girl, I know your friends think that we're crazy. They just haven't seen love this plainly. When they ask what on earth is going on, just tune your record in and play this song. 'Cause to me our love is like an old-fashioned finest whiskey poured out in our glasses. You are something sweet. Sip you slow, then repeat. You're the habit I thought I could be. But old-fashioned love's got a hold on me. Baby, I don't care, I don't think I'd even mind. Between holding your hand, what I'm feeling in the bottles of wine. this world really needs. Old-fashioned love, old-fashioned love, yeah. 'Cause to me our love is like an old-fashioned finest whiskey poured out in our glasses. You are something sweet, sip you slow then repeat. You're the habit I thought I could be. Old-fashioned love's got a hold on me. Old-fashioned love, old-fashioned love's got a hold on me. Old-fashioned love's got a hold on me. Old-fashioned love's got a hold on me.
Our showmanship judge today is Brianne Peltzer. Brianne grew up on a mixed cattle and irrigated farm northwest of Dutchess. She was a member of the John Ware 4-H Club for 10 years and participated in the market steer, heifer, cow-calf pair, horse judging, shooting sports, and leadership projects. Last year, she graduated from the University of Saskatchewan with a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture with an agronomy major and an animal science minor. There, she was president of the U of Saskatchewan beef team and a member of the U of S judging team, where she competed at competitions such as the Agribition Judging Competition. She is excited to judge showmanship today and wishes all the members the best of luck. Comments from our judge?
Well, good morning, everybody. I was honestly kind of hoping for an easier one to start the day off. It's kind of nice to get a bit of a warm-up class in, but we'll start with a tough one right off the bat today. 7 steers in the ring here. I think these are all really good steers. There isn't an issue on weight. There isn't an issue on finish. These steers are all top-notch market-ready steers. I'm going to start with the black steer in the class. He's the nicest profiling steer in the class, but that's not why he's at the top. When you look at this steer from the top, he's the widest across the top, widest through the heart. And then when you follow that muscling down through the loin and across through the top of the rump, he's the widest steer in the class, most developed in the top of the hindquarters. Following that muscling down, he carries that width, I think, the best through his stifle and through the bottom third of that hind quarter. You're going to hear a lot about bottom third of the carcass today. A steer that I think pretty handily comes to the top. The 2 tan steers sitting in second and third. If you wanted to flip them, I probably wouldn't argue with you too much. I'm going to give the advantage to the smoother-haired steer. I think he's showing a little more depth through the hind quarter, a little more width across the top, just a little bit more complete, maybe a little steer that's a little further along in his feeding program. The yellow steer sitting in second, again, fairly similar. A steer that maybe breaks over the shoulder, breaks through the chest, that maybe the steer above him doesn't have, but still a really good steer. When you look at these 2 steers together and they're standing right, the curly-haired steers may be a little better through the front end, showing a little more natural width, a little more fill in the brisket, but I think for today it's going to be awfully close, and this one's going to sit third. This red steer for me has been in my head all over this class. He's been at the top, he's been at the bottom, so he's going to end up kind of in the middle. A steer, I wish he was stronger over the top line. He's got an awful lot going for him. He's not the biggest steer in the class by a long ways, but he's got a lot of width over the top. He's got a lot of width through the hindquarters, but again, like some of the steers below him, he gets a little narrow when we get into those pins and that muscle development through the top of the round. That maybe we'd like to see a little bit more of that with some time. 3 black steers down here on the bottom. Again, if you wanted to argue placing on these 3, I'd entertain that. We're going to give the advantage to the gentleman here in the black hat. These 3 steers are all pretty much peas in a pod as far as I'm concerned. They got lots of weight, plenty of condition on them, lots of muscle. I'd like to see them a little stronger through the top line, and all 3 of them, I'd like to see them more developed through the top of the round, through the top of the hindquarters, all those places where yield lurks. That's where I'd like to see these steers showing a little more development in there, a little more muscle shape in their definition. But I think we got a long day ahead of us. That's enough about these steers, and we will get on to the next class.
Thank you for those comments. In the Dusty Plains first split with the juniors, in first place we have Mason Curry. In second place, Brinley Griffith. In third, Ryber Griffith. In fourth place, Charlotte Rook. In fifth place, Ransom Richards. Sixth goes to Cheyenne Curry. And rounding out the class is Emmett Berg in seventh. That's right, give him a round of applause. In junior showmanship, in first place we have Cheyenne Curry, and in second place is Mason Curry. In junior grooming, Mason Curry was the champion, and Ransom Richards, it was second place in junior grooming for the Dusty Plains Multi-Club. Next in, we will have the second split for the Dusty Plains. These will be all intermediates. The top 2 steers from each of the splits, from the juniors and the intermediates, will come back to determine the champion steer for the Dusty Plains Multi-Club. First in the ring will be Ole Berg. Next in will be Lucy Berg. Then we have Brock Griffith. And then Georgia Griffith. Then Tenley Griffith. Then we have Trudy Cron. Evelyn Rook. Kerwin Rose. Rounding out the class, we have Clara Connors. Judge, your class is complete. Once again, I'd like to say thank you to our show marshals today, Carrie Kopp and Sarah Nesnick, for getting the cattle lined up outside the ring. Once they do get into the ring, we'd like to say thank you to our ring people, Abby Slorstead, Lindsay Peltzer, and Lori Morash, for keeping things flowing in a great way. Thanks for all your help today, girls, and Carrie.
songs that I haven't read. Got a brake pad squeaking that I gotta check, but I don't mind it. 'Cause I got her riding on that shotgun side. With that take me till the sunrise, look inside her eyes. Now we're flying. Yeah, we're flying. We got 10 miles of open road, blasting the radio. We got both windows down and no one around. Don't have to take it slow, we're good to go. There's some baggage sitting in the trunk I see. In the rear view mirror looking back at me. No, I don't hide it. 'Cause she's dancing, singing out to every song. And she's always got all of the lyrics wrong, but she don't mind it. No, she's still shining. We got 10 miles of open road.
Just like every year before, we have a donor steer later on today. This year's donor steer, Bruce, comes from the South Slope 4-H Club. The club proudly supports donor recipients, Brooks Seniors Outreach, Ronald McDonald House Charities, and Halo Air Ambulance. The club would like to thank the sponsors, Niznik Ranches, for donating Bruce, Trow Nutrition for donating the feed, and also sponsorships from Vote Oilfield Services and UFA as well. They look forward to bringing Bruce to you, the show and sale later on today. And a little side note, Bruce is tipping the scales this morning at 1,400 pounds.
We got both windows down and no one around. Don't have to take it slow, we're good to go. So much that we don't know. Yeah, there's so much we can't control. But we got both windows down and wide open ground. Hang on and take it slow, we're good to go. Yeah, we're good to go. We're good to go.
Following this class, we'll have the top two remain in the ring from this class, and also we'll be looking for Mason Curry and Brinley Griffith to come back in to determine the champion steer of the and reserve of the Dusty Plains Multi-Club.
All right, well, here's the second half of Dusty. This is a good class of steers. I'm going to say that a lot today, I think, and that's good. I enjoy the challenge. I like the black steer to win the class. He's one of the longer two steers in the class. When you get your hands on him, he is as heavily finished as any steer in the class. When we get into muscle development, I think he probably wins the class within the steers that are thoroughly finished. I like his body length. I like his muscle definition. The steer below him, the red steers, may be a little bit longer, which I enjoy quite a bit, but a little softer through the top line, and he narrows up a little bit when we get in through the stifle, get in through the back part of the hindquarters. Big soggy steer sitting here in third, a steer that he's market ready. Like, there is no tomorrow for this guy. Today is the day he's got to go. He's as fat as we're going to want to see them, but at the same time, he's got a lot of muscle definition, a lot of lean meat yield in this steer. When we get looking at his front, yeah, he's maybe a little coarse, but that happens when we get to the end of the feeding period. I like the yellow steer sitting here in fourth, a steer that I really like the top third of this hind quarter on this steer. There's lots of muscle shape in there, but when we get behind him, he kind of falls away a little bit into the in through the bottom part of the carcass. He kind of falls away. A steer that's maybe showing a little more belly than the steers above him. The two gray steers here sitting in 5 and 6. We're going to give the advantage to the young man here with the first one. A steer that's wider across the top. A steer that's carrying a lot of width down through the hindquarters. A steer that is carrying plenty of finish, but a steer that maybe just gets a little rough through the front. That's what's going to get him standing here. The gray steer in 6 is an interesting steer. He is really flat topped. He's square made. But when you start looking at this steer, start looking through the twist, looking through the brisket, he maybe reads a little fatter than the steers around him. So that's going to lead us to, if we take that same amount of fat with the muscle he's got, we're going to end up with a little bit lower lean meat yield, and that's what's getting him here. The black steer sitting in the first of the bottom group, a steer that shows plenty of length, plenty of muscling. Again, a steer that I'm thinking just needs more days on feed just to fill out that frame, get a little more muscling into the hindquarters, and bulk him up. The black steer sitting here in, I don't know, it's got to be 8th. When you get your hands on this steer, there is a pile of muscle shape. He has got one of the bigger loins in the class. He's the top part of that carcass is really heavy. Where he falls away is he gets a little narrow through the bottom part, gets a little bit light muscled, and he's reads pretty lean. Just like this red steer sitting here at the bottom of the class, a steer with a lot of frame. You can see where this steer is going to be in 200 pounds. He's just going to be a massive meat machine. But right now he reads a little bit lean, and that's going to put him at the bottom of the class today.
Thank you for those comments. In the second split of the Dusty Plains Multi-Club, in first place we have Tenley Griffith. In second place we have Evelyn Rook. Those two will be advancing to the Dusty Plains Championship class. In third place, Trudy Cron. In fourth is Georgia Griffith. In fifth is Oli Berg. Sixth place goes to Kerwin Rose. Seventh to Lucy Berg. Eighth is Claire Connors. And ninth is Brock Griffith. So our next class will have the top two from their first split. That will be Mason Curry and Brinley Griffith. And the top two from the class that just left the ring have Tenley Griffith and Evelyn Rook. They'll be coming back to compete for the champion and reserve champion of the Dusty Plains Club. Following that, we will go to the Bazano Club. We will be having the first split. These will be all of the juniors in that class. We'll be looking for Farrah Hop, Hardin Hop, Marley King, Charlie Wierzkowski, Jackson Hale, Charlie Crump, and Lucy Dirksen. Please be ready.
Dark cafe. Asked him what he's living for, said not much these days. You are young, you best be on your way. If you wanna be a fiddler someday, better get to practicing before you're old and gray.
So first into the ring, we have Mason Curry. Next is Brinley Griffith. Third in the ring is Tenley Griffith. And with the red steer is Evelyn Rook. Judge, your class is complete.
We walked all day and on into the night. Got there just before the shining early morning light. When it was such a sight. Is you're gonna be a fiddler someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray. And your best years slip away. No matter what you're dreaming, you will be a fiddler, an astronaut, a man that's on TV. But do it, hey, don't just wait and see. Cause you're gonna be a fiddler someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray. And your best years slip away.
Comments from our judge?
All right, we'll do this real quick here. I think this class sorts itself out pretty easy. We got four pretty good steers here. We've got the two blacks that won their classes. They're both just at the absolute, today's the day, right? They're market ready today. So I like them there. The two steers, the colored steers that follow in behind, steers that show a lot of extension. These are all really good steers. I'm going to go out and show you the two that I like best here.
Our champion steer for the Dusty Plains Club is Mason Curry, and reserve is Tenley Griffith. We'll be seeing them later on today for the overall district champion steer.
Is that okay? So, yeah, so I'm going to send these to you, because I can't, I'm just going to, okay. And you can do it after. But my only question, so, yeah, so here's the forward. So take your pictures. Yep, that's perfect. And she has intermediate.
Our next class in will be from the Bazano Club. We will start off with the juniors.
The only other question was, Eva's parents in Tilly, she has her mark there, the senior, and on the side is an so I don't know where, okay, she's got her here.
First in the ring is Farah Hop. Next we have Harden Hop.
Well, Kristen must know that, I think. But she's a senior here, she's age 14.
And then Marley King.
So she's senior here and intermediate here.
Next in is Charlie Wierakowski. And then Jackson Hale. Then Charlie Crump. And Lucy Dirksen. Judge, your class is complete. Just recapping the Dusty Plains Multi-Club in intermediate showmanship. In first place we have Evelyn Rook, and in second place is Tenley Griffith. Intermediate grooming, first place to Claire Connors, and in second place to Georgia Griffith. Following this class will be our second split from the Bazano Club. These will be more junior members. We'll be looking for Bowden Griffith, Haley Plett, Emmett Plett, Sage McComb, Carter Petcow, and if you're following along in your program, Blake Scheibner is a scratch today. And then the last of the juniors in the second split is Kieran Sutherland. Please be ready.
dying. You're counting up the cards, what are you trying to gain? I was on the outside avenue, I was looking at you, dear, waiting as the minutes turned to hours, turned to days. And it's a shame, ain't it a shame now? It's a shame, ain't it a shame? I wanna sign up for every kind of rebirth, atomize my essence down to black earth and rain, blow away into the night 1,000 tiny points of light. Ain't it hard to watch another evening slip away? It's a shame, ain't it a shame now? It's a shame, ain't it a shame? And did you know that you were playing with the sharp edge of a knife? It seems like everyone is praying for eternal life. Far away in the burning hills of Zion, betting on an afterlife to try on today. Fear guides the hand of a broken down young man, and we all need a piece of land to die on, they say, but it's a shame. Ain't it a shame now? It's a shame. Ain't it a shame?
Everyone's got its stories to tell. Voices lift easy, they come out like the ocean swell. Tonight I'm looking far past a bottle in my hand. Sometimes it's all the truth I can stand. I just follow the way the wind, it blows my plans. And I'm tied to your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above once again.
Comments from our judge?
Okay, well, here's the first class for Bazano. I'm going to start the class with the red brockle face steer here. He's not the longest steer in the class. Jackson and I will both admit he is not the longest steer in the class. But when we start looking at this steer in terms of lean meat yield, so that's the amount of fat he's got compared to the amount of muscle he's got, I think he's a pretty easy winner in this class. He's just got a tremendous amount of muscle in that hind quarter. When he stands naturally through the front, he's got a big wide stance, those shoulders are blowing open, he's got a lot of muscle. And then when you get in behind him and you look at him, he's a lean steer. We look in the twist on the flank, yeah, he's full, but he's not overly full. We compare that to the red steer sitting in second place, a steer that's still showing a lot of muscle, but he reads a little bit fatter than the steer above him. He is the longer steer in the class, and I really appreciate that steer. But when we sit back and analyze this steer in terms of carcass merit, he's got to come second, a close second. Coming in third is a herd mate, a little bit narrower made steer when we get into the top line and get into the top of the round. A steer that maybe just genetically maybe doesn't have that much more explosive muscling in him than the two steers above him. The little 1,250-pound steer here sitting in fourth is a good steer. He's only 1250. I'm not going to knock anybody for being 1250. The steer is finished. He has got as much muscle on him as he's going to get. He is ready for May 26th. I like that steer a lot. I wish he showed maybe a little bit more muscle compared to the steers above him, and you guys in the crowd, you can see that when you get on him. The black steer sitting in fifth, I love the front 90%, 80% of this steer. He is awesome fronted. He is long. He's got a ton of width over his top line. You get through the loin, when you get your hands on him, he's got a huge turn of muscle. But this steer just kind of fades away when we get behind the hook bones and he narrows up. And that's what's going to land him here. I'd take an entire truckload of these steers if I had the option. He's pretty good. I just feel like he just needs a little more maturity on that carcass. The red steer we got sitting down here in sixth is a steer that the young lady and I both agree. He's got frame for 1,450 pounds. He's not there. He's in the 12 range. So a steer that I think it's a time issue. A steer that shows a tremendous amount of muscle shape, muscle pattern, but just he's not quite there yet. And this flashy looking little speckled steer, he's the lighter steer in the class. He's, again, it's a time issue. He maybe didn't like the groceries that he had in front of him sometimes. So he's just a little light. It's a days on feed. He's an August steer, if we're honest with ourselves. So there's a good first class coming out of Bazano.
Thank you for those comments. In the Bazano Club, our first split with the juniors. In first place and advancing to the next class is Jackson Hale. In second place, also advancing, is Farrah Hop. In third place, we have Hardin Hop. In fourth is Lucy Dirksen. Fifth place is Marley King. In sixth place is Charlie Crump. And in seventh place is Charlie Wierakowski. In grooming, advancing to the champion junior grooming class, we have Marley King and Lucy Dirksen. In the showmanship, advancing to the champion junior showmanship class, we'll have Marley King, and Charlie Wierakowski. Next in will be the second split of the Bazano juniors. Following this class we will have the showmanship, the two top showmen from the first split, and the two top showmen from this split come back in to determine our top junior showman from the Bazano club, followed by the two top advancers from each split for the grooming. Entering the ring now from the Bazano Club will be the second split of the juniors. First in the ring is Bowden Dirksen. Next in is Haley Plett. And then Emmett Plett. Next in is Sage McComb. Then we have Carter Petkow. And if you're following along in your program, Blake Scheibner is a scratch today. Rounding out the class is Kieran Sutherland. Judge, your class is complete. I've just been told that the South Slope is inviting everybody to stop by their stall for candy to help celebrate that their club is 90 years old. So I think that probably deserves a round of applause for a club that turns 90 years old this year. Good job, South Slope.
Love is chasing, it's time's a wasting. Love is chasing, it's time's a wasteland. Love is facing you. Yeah, time's a wasting. Love is chasing, time's a wasting. Love is chasing, time's a wasteland. Love is facing you.
Oh, you just, no, my son was looking everybody's Facebook. Oh, look at that. They told me advertised this show.
Love is just like an airplane, it takes you over.
Like, that's so much rough. What time does the show start tomorrow? I was like, I couldn't find it anywhere. Just the sale. Everybody's advertised. Even the John Muir flyer that I got. This is separate funds. So it's just Louis Douglas and oh. So anyway, I wasn't sure if you had shared anything, so I thought you were shared the
If you're out on a walk to go to the South Slope Club for your free candy, as soon as you walk into the ring, if you just walk straight ahead and then to your right, you'll see this year's donor steer. His name is Bruce. Bruce is tipping the scales at 1,400 pounds this year, and he comes to us from the South Slope Club. The club proudly supports the donor recipients of the Brooks Seniors Outreach, Ronald McDonald House Charities, and Halo Air Ambulance. The club would like to thank the sponsors this year, Niznik Ranches for donating Bruce, Trow Nutrition for donating the feed, and the sponsorship from Vote Oilfield Services and as well UFA. They look forward to bringing Bruce to the show and sale today.
they didn't end up being the same kids. So we'll do a little mini showmanship junior drive and a little mini showmanship group.
Comments from our judge?
Well, this is about as close a class as we've had at the top here all day. Two big black brockle-faced steers here. There's about 120 pounds difference in the two of them. I don't often talk about the second place first, but I'm going to. This steer, when he's on the move, he profiles so nicely, and he is so long, and he has got so much meat in him. Much like the steer sitting in first place, it may be a little more rugged, but we got to consider the steer in second place is carrying about an extra 100 pounds of fat on him. That steer in second reads pretty fat, whereas a steer sitting in first place is a much leaner steer. I think a higher carcass merit based on that. The chances of the steer in second grading triple A or prime, or I would say higher than the steer in first place, but there's some yield issue. It's yield that's going to win this class. I like the steer in first. He's so square in his makeup. He's wide over the top. He's extremely long corded. I think the longest corded steer in the class. So between these two, again, you want to, after the show, you want to argue these two should be flipped? Sure. Okay, I'll listen to you. You could make that argument. So I think these two are pretty easy winners for the class. We come to the big red steer here in third place, another great big steer, the common little girl big steer syndrome. A steer that's tremendously long, a steer that's showing a lot of muscle shape, but when we look at the steers above him, he just got out-horsed. That's all it is to that one. The Hereford steer sitting here in fourth place, a steer that I quite admire the carcass makeup of this guy, the way he's built. He's got muscles where we need to see muscle. He's reading fairly lean for this weight, but when we get looking at the steers above him and we start comparing bottom third of the carcass in the hind quarter, this steer kind of falls away a little bit. He falls into fourth pretty naturally. The black steer here in fifth, another one of these steers, I like the front 80% of this steer quite a bit. He is, I think, one of the flatter topped, smoother made steers. He gets a little waisty when we get in through the belly, but when you get again into the hind quarters, he's reading pretty lean. He looks like he could use a bit more muscle in that hind quarters, bulk him up a little bit. Issue we got here with a steer down in sixth place, a steer that reads really lean, a steer that I think is bordering on underfinished. Yet when we look at this steer, he's nice and square through the top of the round. When we get lower down, his muscling starts to fade away and he starts to slip down the class a little bit in terms of muscling. But on the other hand, we got a good pair of steers on top that we're going to bring back for the champion class.
Thank you for those comments. In the second split of the Bazano Club in the juniors and advancing to the championship class of the Bazano Club, in first place we have Kieran Sutherland. Also advancing in second place is Carter Petkow. In third place we have Haley Plett. In fourth is Bowden Dirksen. Fifth place is Sage McComb. And in sixth place is Emmett Platt. In the showmanship, advancing to the next class is Bowden Dirksen and Sage McComb. In the grooming, also advancing to the champion of the juniors in the Bazano Club is Carter Petkow and Sage McCoon. So our next class in, we are going to do the champion showmanship for the juniors. So we'll be asking that Marley King come in, Charlie Wierakowski from the first split, and from the second split, Bowden Dirksen and Sage McCoon. From these four, we will determine the champion junior showman of the Bazano Club. Following this class, we will then ask Marley King and Lucy Dirksen, as they advanced from the first split in the grooming and advancing from the second split in grooming, we'll be looking for Carter Petkow and Sage McCoon.
And bring it on. Take me down to shining waters, to towns of grit and pride. Let me check my own soul. I've nowhere left to hide. Then take it all. Take everything from me and bring it on. got some two-room all draped in white. Give me some familiar faces so I know I'll be alright. Then take it all, take everything from me, then bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. I'll take it all to set me free, I beg. Take me to a state of mind where kings are pouring paupers' rage. Take away my trembling fingers. I'll take away that faithful itch. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you now to take my legs, or else I'll ramble on until I wreck the song. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Take it all to set me free, I beg. Yeah. Why have we failed to see the heart of freedom still bleeds? Faces of innocence are waiting to be redeemed. Oh, sold to the shadows, they have stories we will never know until we arise and open our eyes. Let the truth be heard. Come on, let out a shout. Lift up your voice. Come on and sing it out. Sing it out. We need to take a stand, take the helpless by the hand, show them a hope that can save, show them a love that is brave. It's time to make some noise, make a difference with one voice. Together there's power to sing out louder. Let the truth be heard. Come on, let out a shout. Lift up your voice. Come on and sing it out. Sing it out.
From the Bazano Club in the junior division, our champion junior showman is Marley King. And reserve champion junior showman is Bowden Dirksen. Go ahead, give them a hand. They did a good job. Next in will be the junior grooming. So advancing from the first split will be Marley King and Lucy Dirksen. And advancing from the second split is Carter Petkow and Sage McCoon. Following this class, we'll go into the Bazano 4-H Club third split. These will be the intermediates and 2 seniors. We'll be looking for Paisley Wierzkowski, Kylie Dirksen, Grady Dirksen, Bella Weeb, Bradley Lazenga, Natalie Petkow, Rylan Scheibner, Hunter Crump, William Hale, and Georgia Hale. Please be ready.
Take me over to the north side so I can find my way. Lord knows I've walked the south streets, wasted hearts and days. So take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. Take me down to shining waters, towns of grit and pride. Let me check my own soul, I've nowhere left to hide. And take it all, take everything from me and bring it on. It's because I am just a wandering man that I need you.
The results are in for the Bazano Club. For the champion junior grooming, our champion today is Marley King. And in second place, the reserve champion is Lucy Dirksen. We'll be seeing those later on for their overall champion junior grooming in the district. Our next class in from the Bazano Club will be split 3. These will be the intermediates and the seniors, 2 seniors.
Just a wandering man that I need you now to take
In the split three from the Bazano Club, first in the ring is Paisley Wierzchowski. Then we have Kylie Dirksen. Then Grady Dirksen. Next we have Bella Weeb. Then Bradley Lazenga. Then Natalie Petkow. Following her is Rylan Scheibner. Then Hunter Crump. Then we have William Hale and Georgia Hale. Judge, your class is complete. Today's show and sale is being broadcast on DLMS. DLMS is Direct Livestock Marketing Services. DLMS works closely with markets and representatives from across Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, with the ability to bring together buyers and sellers from across North America. DLMS Auctions has been developed to be like a live auction with features such as instant bidding, streaming live audio and video for the sale. Through their websites, DLMS offers complete marketing services to the commercial and purebred livestock industry. DLMS works closely with markets and representatives from across Canada with the ability to bring together buyers and seller to your sale from across North America and around the world. Check out their complete list of marketing service options on their website and view the agent reps on their webpage for their representatives in your area.
Up to a mountain, followed a bird up there, 'cause I found me one who treated me unfair. And I awoke to the sunrise, remembered an awful dream of lightning and thunder, and hearing someone scream. Trouble finds you and worry, it sticks around to your day. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head.
Later on today, after the awards presentation at 4 o'clock, we're going to have a beef on a bun supper. That's going to take place at 5 o'clock. And I know when I got here this morning, they were hard at it already. That's the Masonic Lodge number 73. They're the ones preparing tonight's supper. And we'd like to say thank you to Nutrient Ag Solutions Canada Incorporated for the donation of the beef for tonight's supper. Also today, all our 4-H members with their projects are getting pictures taken, and that is by Tracy Iwan Photography, and she is sponsored today by Rocky Mountain Equipment. Once again, I'd like to say thank you to Daryl Wiestra and staff here at the Silver Sage for letting us use the place and having it in good shape. Also, like to say thanks to Niznik Ranches and Giles Ranches for donating their scale that we used to weigh all these steers this morning. It's been cleaned up and gone home by now. And the trailer that we're sitting on, a nice aluminum EB gooseneck, was supplied by Ross Annett from T-Down Trailers. So thank you to those people for helping us out.
I had to find me a job. Come in and live while selling gas and soda pops. One afternoon I was bothered because those thoughts they don't end set me back up. Off to that mountain again. Trouble finds you and worry. It sticks around to your death. Once you found a little darling, and she takes all you in. Trouble finds you and worry. It sticks around to your death. Once you found a little darling, and she takes all you in. She will. Thank you. Every day brings new light to help us on our way. Always taking my breath, whether sun or rain. The wind will carry us over that horizon we see. It's getting closer. This is why we live. For moments like this. This is why we live. For moments like this, yeah. it's coming any day, and we're all gone the other way. Gonna live as long as I'm alive. Way up high in that Minnesota sky, that's where you'll see it by and by. They say it's coming any day, and we're all gone the other way. Gonna live as long as I'm alive. I said I'm gonna live as long as I'm alive.
89.
Comments from our judge?
Well, I don't know what kind of cattle you like at home, but I bet you I got one in the ring here that you like. There is all kinds and styles of cattle in here. Pretty close decision here between the red brockle or the red steer in second and the black steer. I like the length on the red steer maybe a little more than on the black steer, but when you start looking at this red steer, when you get in behind him, he's reading maybe a little fatter than the black steer. You take that little bit of extra fat and you apply it to maybe the muscle and the muscle shape that we see, where this black steer is going to come out on top in terms of lean meat yield, in terms of dressing percentage. I think this black steer's got him beat. The black steer's got a lot of muscle shape. He's got a big wide top on him. There's just a whole ton of meat in this steer. Add that to the fact he's kind of pretty and profiles pretty nicely. I think he deserves to be here. The red steer right behind him is the longest steer in the class, I think. I love the muscle shape on this steer, but like I said earlier, when you get in behind, he reads a little fat, and that's just going to work out to him being in second place. Now this steer in third place, he grossed 1,800 pounds. That makes him about a 1,720 pound net. I got no problem with that weight. In fact, the little lizard brain cattle feeder inside of my head says this girl should win the show all day long. My compliments to this young lady on getting a steer that big. That takes work. She's done a really good job on here. So yeah, this steer's fat. No doubt about it. I mean, if we had the judging kids here, we'd run the steer in front of him, because when you get in behind this steer in the twist, he's really full. He's really full through the flank. He's really full through the brisket. But when you put your hands on this steer and feel that loin, there is a huge loin on this steer. There's a pile of muscle in this steer. And that's what's going to get him into third spot above these two red steers here in fourth and fifth. Steers that, much like the red steer in third, smaller, there's lots of length, there's lots of muscle shape in these steers, but the one sitting in fourth place gets just a little bit coarse through the front end, a little short, maybe a little shorter quartered, and then the steer down in fifth place Again, he's just a little lighter muscled steer, and he's a little coarser through the front end, so that's what gets him here. Problem steer in this class is the steer in 6th, a steer that shows a lot of frame, a steer that shows a lot of width across the top, a lot of width through the carcass. Put your hands on him, he's real lean. And then when we start analyzing him through the hindquarters and through the hips, he gets a little narrow through the stifle. He just kind of gives up some width. Probably the steers may be more suited to Calgary in July. Just saying, you know, if you wanted to, this might be the year to do it. Black steer sitting down here in 7th, kind of follows in similar pattern. A steer that's maybe bolder sprung than the steer above him, but a steer that again gets pretty light through the hindquarters. A steer that it's, like the young man and I both agree, there's room for 200 pounds on this steer, and it would all go in the hindquarters. And then these 3 ladies and gentlemen down on the end here, they're here for showmanship. They've had some bad luck with their steers at home. They brought in their spares. They're all doing a really good job on these steers. So I guess with that, I think that's probably it for Bazano classes. We'll go to a champion class.
Thank you for those comments. In the Bazano 4-H Club, in our 3rd split with the intermediates and the seniors, in 1st place is William Hale. In 2nd place, Bradley Lysenga. They'll be advancing on to the championship class of the Bazano Club. In 3rd place, Natalie Petkow. In 4th place, we have Kylie Dirksen. In 5th, Bella Weeb. In 6th place is Georgia Hale. In 7th place is Hunter Crump. In 8th is Rylan Scheibner. In 9th is Grady Dirksen. And in 10th place, Paisley Wierkowski. In the intermediate showmanship, our winners today is Bradley Lysenga being the champion intermediate showman. And in 2nd place, our reserve champion intermediate showman is Paisley Wierkowski. In the intermediate grooming, our champion from the Bazano Club today is Kylie Dirksen with the reserve champion, Natalie Petkow. In senior showmanship, today's champion from the Bazano Club is William Hale, and in 2nd place, Georgia Hale. And in the senior grooming, we're going to switch the showmanship around with senior grooming champion being Georgia Hale, and in 2nd place, reserve today is William Hale. Now we will go on to our next class, which will be determining the champion steer from the Bazano Club. From our 1st split, we'll be looking for Jackson Hale and Farrah Hop. Out of the 2nd split, we'll have Kira Sutherland and Carter Petkow. And from the class that was just in, our intermediates and seniors, we have William Hale and Bradley Lysenga. Judge, your class is complete. Following this championship steer class from the Bazano 4-H Club, our next class in the ring will be the South Slope 4-H Beef Club. We'll be looking for Sage Ellefson, Silver Vote, Melina Baumgarten, Eva Nisnik, and Nora Johnson. Please be ready.
That smells good.
Comments from our judge?
All right, well, there's 6 pretty good steers in the ring from Bazano. I think we should give them a big round of applause. We got lots of home-raised steers in here. We got a few that were bought, but these are all pretty good steers. The cattle in this club have impressed me a lot. There's some really functional big pen cattle in here. There is some feeding machines in here, and there's some really fancy show steers in here, ones that are going to hang up a pretty decent carcass. With that, I'm going to go out and pick a grand and reserve.
The champion steer for the Bazano 4-H Club is Jackson Hale. And reserve steer from the Bazano 4-H Club is Farah Hop. Well done. And a great class of steers. We'll be seeing those 2 calves later on for the overall district champion and reserve steers. Our next class in the ring from the South Slope 4-H Beef Club will be 1 intermediate and 4 seniors. First in the ring is Sage Ellefson. Next in is Silver Vote. Then we have Melina Baumgarten, followed by Eva Nisnik. And rounding out the class is Nora Johnson. Judge, your class is complete.
I know, I was like, what is that? Whoever's on prizes.
Today's judge is Jay Good. Jay Good comes to us from Brooks, Alberta, where he has been a 4-H leader for 20 years, leading beef, swine, and the judging project leader. He started judging 35 years ago and has judged sheep, beef, and swine shows in Alberta, BC, Saskatchewan, and Montana. In 2019, he coached the Alberta 4-H team to their best ever finish at the National Western 4-H Roundup in Denver, Colorado. He has been a coach at the Summer Synergy Judging Camp for the past 4 years. Jay grew up at Carstairs, Alberta, showing Limousin cattle at 4-H and junior shows. When his kids were in 4-H, they also showed Limousin cattle and developed a flock of Suffolk ewes, providing themselves and local 4-H members with market lamb prospects. He is the past chair of 4-H Alberta Beef Advisory Committee and a member of the Provincial Beef Carcass Committee. Jay is the inventory coordinator for Gateway Livestock Group of companies. Gateway specializes in providing high-quality slaughter and feeder cattle to customers in Western Canada and the Pacific Northwest U.S. When not at work, judging at a youth show is what Jay does. He's also a piper with the South Alberta Pipes and Drums. Jay is the trophy husband of Arlene, who is chair of Alberta Sheep Show and a member of the Alberta Board of Directors for the 4-H.
Indigo City, kicking me to the ground.
I'd like to say thank you to our show and sale administrators. They're tabulating the results, putting them all together so we can have a program for the sale later on. Say thank you to Kristen Nisnik and Carolyn Hendrickson. Carolyn Hendrickson also did the rate of gain, calculated that. And I also like to say a big thank you to Kathleen Pelser. She kept me on the rails yesterday and doing a good job again today for being my show secretary. Appreciate that a whole lot. Thank you.
Indigo City, why do you get me down? Indigo City, kicking me to the ground.
Comments from our judge?
Well, just because we got 5 steers in the ring doesn't mean it has to be easy. I can also say that the last time I had a Bronvie and a Solaire in the same class, I had considerably less gray hair. It's a combination you don't always see. These are 5 good steers. The black and the red sitting in first and second, awfully close pair. The black one has got some body length and some depth of body that the red one doesn't have. Carries his muscles down deeper in through the hindquarters. That being said, I think the red one definitely profiles better. I think he's one of the flashier steers we've seen in the ring today. He's got a little more muscle shape, but when we look at depth and we look at where that muscle's allocated, I think the black one, even though he's 200 pounds heavier, he is just as trim over the crest as the Solaire is. That Solaire steer is one fancy steer. This young lady did a heck of a job picking him out. It's really hard to pick this steer apart, but like I said, when we get next to the steer above him, we got just a little more depth of muscle, just a little more mass, a little more middle in this steer. The yellow steer sitting in second place, big rugged meat machine. Lots of muscle shape on this guy in the front parts. When you get your hands over the loin, there's plenty there. When you get looking at the hindquarters, he maybe reads a little bit fat through the twist, little fat through the flank and the brisket. The red steer sitting here in fourth that we saw in the judging class. He's, again, plenty long steer, a steer that's certainly a good feeding steer. A steer that when we get in behind him, he kind of fades away when we get in behind the hook bones. His muscling doesn't quite go down as deep as the steers above him. He narrows off quite a bit around the tail head. And then we come to this Braun V Cross steer here to this young lady's own personal cow herd, so I commend her for that. There is a ton of muscle in this steer. I think if this steer was 200 pounds heavier and maybe had a little more hair coat on him, I think this pretty flashy steer would sit a lot higher up in the class. A steer that just reads a little bit lean today, and that's why he's down in fifth in this really tough class.
In the South Slope Club, our champion steer advancing on to the district finals. Our champion is Eva Niznik, a reserve Melina Baumgarten. In the intermediate showmanship, Sage Ellefson was first. In the intermediate grooming, Sage Ellefson also wins first. In the senior grooming, in first place is Melina Baumgarten, and in second place, Eva Niznik. In the senior showmanship, in first place is Eva Niznik, and in second, Melina Baumgarten. Next class in will be coming from the Jenner Club. The first split will be the juniors. We'll be looking for 5 entries there. First in the ring from the Jenner Club in the juniors is Nicole Wallner. Second is Jade Howe. Third in the ring is Jetta Petkus. Then we have Zane Rasmussen. Rounding out the class is Madison Lesner. Judge, your class is complete. Following this class of the Jenner Club, we will go into the second split from the Jenner Club. For that class, we'll be looking for Brooklyn Walder, Riley Howe, Bria Petkus, and Brooke Rasmussen. Please be ready. I'd like to take this opportunity to once again thank some of our show supporters and sponsors. Without them, today would not be possible. I'd like to say a big thank you to A1 Irrigation, Martin Cattle Company, T-Down Trailers, JMH and Company Accountants, the County of Newell, the Alberta Beef Producers, Ponderosa Rentals, Q105 and 101.5 Radio here in Brooks, also to the Prairie Girl Country Grill in Cessford, Bow Slope Shipping Association, Niznik Ranches, Universal HD, and Twisted Roots Home Decor. Thank you to those supporters and sponsors of 4-H.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin.
Our showmanship judge today is Brianne Pelzer. Brianne grew up on a mixed cattle and irrigated grain farm northwest of Dutchess. She was a member of the John Ware 4-H Club for 10 years and participated in the market steer, heifer, cow-calf pair, horse judging, shooting sports, and leadership projects. Last year, she graduated from the University of Saskatchewan with a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture and an agronomy major and an animal science minor. There, she was president of the U of S beef team and a member of the U of S judging team, where she competed at competitions such as the Agribition judging competition. She is excited to judge showmanship today and wishes all the members the best of luck.
to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Honey, what you doing with your sweet dark eyes? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Tell me about your troubles and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me about your worries and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me why you laugh and why you cry. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Honey, what you doing to me, my love? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Honey, what you doing with your long dark hair? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Tell me about your trouble and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me about your worries and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me why you laugh and why you cry. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Honey, what you doing to me, my love? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Honey, what you doing with your 200 IQ? Honey, what you doing to me? Come on in and make yourself at home. Honey, what you doing to me? Tell me about your trouble and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me about your worries and I'll tell you about mine. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time. Tell me why you laugh and why you cry. Honey, I've got time. Honey, I've got time.
Comments from our judge?
All right. Full disclosure, I really hate classes like this. Here's the deal with this class. Every one of these steers in this class is the best in this class at something. So now we start weighing what are they best at, what are the faults on these steers to put them in the placings. Thankfully, there's only 5 of them. I'm going to start with the black brockle face in first place. I think he wins the class in terms of eye appeal, showiness. I know that's not something that we should be talking about too much, but we are showing steers, and it helps. This steer is the smoothest made through the front. When we get in, looking at the steer down the back, down his top line, he's as wide as any other steer in the class. There's steers that are maybe a little rounder in their muscle shape than steers in the class, but I think this guy just ticks more boxes. The black steer sitting in second place. I love the depth on this steer. He's so soft made. And I know some of you are going to be surprised I used that term, but he is so soft made. He's so deep flanked. He is so market ready right now. But when we get in behind this steer, he narrows up quite a bit from the hooks to the pins. He gives up some yield to the steers above him, but he is so deep. Now we come to the yellow steer. Not as deep, more muscle shape. What's going to get him kind of in the middle of the pack here is when you look in the twist, you look in the flank, you look in the brisket, this steer reads a little bit green. There's room for more finish on this steer for the muscle that we got on him. And then we come to the biggest steer in the class, a steer that some of you probably had at the top of the class, and that's just fine. He's probably the widest top steer in the class. He is the heaviest steer in the class. But when you get in behind him, just like the yellow one read a little bit lean, this guy reads a little bit over fat. And like we've said before, when we take that extra fat out of the equation, what are we left with for meat and muscle? And then this guy gives up a little bit of muscling to the steers above him. And then we get to this yellow steer down here. He's the darkest, the dark yellow steer in the class. I really like this steer in terms when he gets out on the move, like he's really free, and the skeleton in this steer is super correct. Strong top line, tremendous length of quarter on this steer, but when we start looking again from the back, he's going to read a little bit lean. The yellow steer above him in the similar situation is showing more muscle shape and more width across the stifle. And that's why we get this really good steer down here in 5th place. So with that, I think that's a really interesting class of steers. I wish we should maybe, for the judging kids, go take some pictures. If you're listening, Emma, we should get some pictures on this class. That'd be a fun one.
Thank you for those comments. In the first split from the Jenner Club in the junior division, in first place we have Zane Rasmussen. In second place, Jetta Petkus. Those two steers will be coming back for the champion in the Jenner Club. In third place is Madison Lesner. In fourth, Nicole Waldner. And in fifth place, Jade Howe. In the junior grooming, we have the first place going to Zane Rasmussen and second place to Nicole Waldner. In the junior showmanship, in first place, it'll be a duplicate of the grooming with Zane Rasmussen winning the class and Nicole Waldner being your reserve junior groomer. Our next class in the ring from the Jenner Club will be the second split. First in the ring is Brooklyn Waldner, followed by Riley Howe. Then we have Bria Petkus. And rounding out the class is Brooke Rasmussen. Judge, your class is complete. Following this class, we will have the previous classes top 2 steers, plus the top 2 steers from this class, come back in the ring to determine the Jenner 4-H Multi-Club champion steer.
just another what you wanted, baby, to find. You were willing to try. Baby, your heart it wanders, looking for a reason to find yourself with something left you could try. If I placed what I have in your heart, believing be enough, would you pull me closer to your
Comments from our judge?
Well, I think it's a crying shame I have to give somebody fourth in this class. These are 4 really good steers in this class. These young ladies deserve quite a round of applause for the steers they brought out. The 2 top steers, like, we're splitting hairs here. They're awfully similar steers. We're going to give the advantage to the steer in first. Yeah, he's maybe a little rougher around the shoulders, maybe a tad softer through the top line, but he's a longer steer. He's a little cleaner through the belly, through the brisket, just a little cleaner made. Maybe just a hair more muscle shape than the steer sitting in second place. I like this steer a lot. This steer profiles about as well as any steer we've seen today. Yeah, hands down, one of the best profiling steers today. I like the steer in terms of his depth, in terms of how soft he's made. He's really wide over the top, but looking at the steer above him, he gives up a little bit of length. And then when we get in behind him, very similar in the hindquarters. Maybe the steer above him isn't quite as deep through the hindquarters or carrying muscle down into the hock, but the other steer above him maybe shows just a hair more muscle. We do this tomorrow. It could be another completely other way around. The red steer, unfortunately, got caught in a really, really good class. I like this steer a lot. There's a tremendous amount of length there. Again, I'd like to see him fill out a little bit more from the hooks to the pins, that top part of the rump on the round. I'd like to see him filled out a little bit more. When we look at this steer and you look at him, he reads a little bit on the fat side when you look at the flank and you look at the brisket. So we work that back, do the math in your head into the lean meat yield, and I think the 2 steers above him are going to win. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this steer here in 4th place other than the age of the competitor, because you got into this class. A steer that I really admire for its length. I admire for his width over the top line. If you guys in the stands, you can see there isn't a narrow-topped steer in here. They're all good across the top. This steer maybe falls apart a little when we talk about width and muscle down through the bottom part of the round and those places where yield lurks. This steer maybe falls down a little bit there. But this is a really good class of steers. I'm looking forward to the champion class out of Jenner here.
Thank you for those comments. In the second split from the Jenner 4-H Multi-Club, in first place we have Riley Howe. And in second place, Brooke Rasmussen. Those 2 steers will be coming back into the next class to determine the champion in reserve of the Jenner Club. In third place in the second split goes to Brooklyn Waldner. And fourth place to Bria Petkus. In the intermediate showmanship, in first place is Brooklyn Waldner, and in second place goes to Riley Howe. In the intermediate grooming, Riley Howe is our champion today, and in second place, Brooklyn Waldner. In senior showmanship and senior grooming, Brooke Rasmussen is our first place finisher today. Our next class in will be the top 2 steers from the first split. We'll be looking for Zane Rasmussen and Jetta Petkus. And then the other 2 steers from the previous class, Riley Howe and Brooke Rasmussen. Following this class, we will go to the Tilly 4-H Club. In their first split, that'll be the juniors. We'll be looking for Sophie Daniels, Austin Undershoot, Hunter Lutz, Remy Meyer, Riker Baumgarten, Susanna Cron, and Peter Cron. Please be ready.
Get up a few
Our grooming judge today is Trevor Lieberon. Trevor is a purebred and commercial cow-calf operator from Jenner. Trevor is involved showing his purebred females and bulls at farm fair. Trevor has been involved with 4-H previously as a leader and now continues to volunteer his time to 4-H.
Feeling bad for you, yeah, I swear I do. Likely makes me crazy, I'm a fool. But I feel sad, yeah, I swear I do. I pray this on my soul, may one day reach you. Realize what you meant, all that is from you then. But now it seems that
Comments from our judge?
Well, just the 4 in our champion drive for Jenner today. All 4 steers in this class, I think, are just awesome examples of the beef industry and what these people are raising at home. So I'm just going to leave it pretty short with that and go out and show you the ones I like best.
Our champion steer from the Jenner Club, moving on to the championship class for a district, is Riley Howe, and reserve to Brooke Rasmussen. We'll see those steers later on in our district championship drive. Our next class in the ring is coming from the Tilly 4-H Club. The first split, these will be the juniors. First in the ring is Sophie Daniels. Next in is Austin Undershoot. Then we have Hunter Lutz. Then Remy Mayer. Followed by Riker Baumgarten. Then we have Susanna Cron and Peter Cron. Judge, your class is complete. Helping out in the ring today are our ring people. I'd like to say thank you to Abby Slorsted, Lindsay Peltzer, and to Lori Morash for keeping the ring moving very smoothly. Also, getting the cattle ready out back so that they get to the ring on time and in order. So I'd like to say thanks to our show marshals today, Carrie Kopp and Sarah Nisnik.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Well, people used to tell me everything must pass. Nothing here around us is ever meant to last. Wrap that light around you, hold it to your breast till it's over. Out there in the distance, revolution bells ringing out forgiveness. Stories that they tell of the mighty father went down and wish him well in the morning. Ain't that the way that it goes sometimes? Just when you save a little piece of your mind, it got you drinking supernatural wine. Well, I read it in the magazine, read it in the Times. Everyone was tangled up, someone else's fight. Oh, the mighty father went down and draw the line in the morning. And I used to have a brother, well, a dreamer just like me. Guess we never really fall too far from the tree. Oh, he's got forgiveness and a house for all to see outside the city. Ain't that the way that it goes sometimes? Just when you save a little piece of your mind, it got you drinking supernatural wine. Supernatural is a feeling, it can save you in the night. Supernatural if you're feeling, you know I couldn't even fight. Somewhere outside of Cheyenne, beyond that borderline, ran into a preacher and he poured that special wine. I was feeling lucky and he gave me quite a time on a Sunday. Maybe I was ready, boys, maybe I was spot, maybe I had given up, given all I got. Somehow when he came to me, poured another shot. I was thirsty, ain't that the way that it goes sometimes? Just when you save a little piece of your mind, it got you drinking supernatural. takes over your head. And I see when it was blowing, I had to find me a hole for to climb in and live forevermore.
comments from our judge.
Well, if you thought it was going to get easier because we got rid of the black steers, I got bad news for you. This is another good, tough class of steers. Little different style than we're used to seeing maybe from some of the other clubs, but still just phenomenal feeding, hanging type steers that I think are really good. This little tan caught my eye right from the minute that he walked in the ring. He's so wide across the top. He's just got so much muscle shape in him. When you get behind him, look through the twist, he's not carrying that much extra fat. And when you look around the top of the rump, he's got plenty of muscle shape. The steer sitting second to him is a little bit longer. I will grant him that. But he doesn't have the width across the hind part of the quarter that the steer in first place does. This steer reads a little fat, and I think that's going to affect the lean meat yield on this steer. Another close animal here is this tan in third. Little rougher over the top, maybe. Steer maybe doesn't carry his depth down through his twist and down into towards the hock on that carcass that I'd like to see, but still, he's plenty good steer. The Solaire steer we got here, I think we saw maybe a brother a few classes ago. One of the longer steers in the class. It gets a little rough over the top, and then again, when we get in behind and we look at him through the twist and we look at him through the flank, he's pretty full. He's reading a little bit fat today, so when we work that back to the amount of muscle and shape that we see, we take off that extra fat. I think this is where he lines up here in terms of lean meat yield. Certainly a very fancy steer, but a steer that I think needs to be here. Biggest steer in the class today is the gray, a tremendously long steer. A steer that, much like the Solaire above him, when you get in behind, he reads a little bit fatter, and then comparing to the steers above him, he doesn't carry his width down through that lower third of the quarter like we see in these steers that's sitting at the top of the class. This blonde semi-cross here, we've got sitting, that looks about 6. Perfectly good steer. The young man just got in the wrong class. That's all that's wrong with this steer. He's maybe a little bit rougher across the shoulder, a little rougher across the line, or top line. And then when we get into the top part of the hind quarter, he gets a little pinch there around the tail head and around the pins, but not very much when we compare him to the other steers that have come in the ring today. It's just that he's in this class, and that's unfortunate. There's a lot to like about this steer sitting down here in 7th place. He's a long steer. He's carrying plenty of cover. He's got plenty of muscle, but again, unfortunately, in the wrong class. And this steer gets a little heavy in the front. He's maybe a little on the over-finished side compared to the amount of muscling that we see. He's a steer that weighs up well, a steer that profiles really nicely, but just, again, he got caught in a class of really, really good steers, and that's what's going to see him sitting right here.
Thank you for those comments. In the Tilley Club from the first split and advancing to the Tilley Club Championship and Reserve Champion Steer. In first place, we have Peter Cron. In second place, Remy Meyer. In third place, Susanna Cron. In fourth, Riker Baumgarten. In fifth, Sophie Daniels. In sixth place is Hunter Lutz. And in seventh place is Austin Undershoot. Our next class will be the second split from the Tilley Club. Also going back to the first split in junior showmanship, in first place is Sophie Daniels, and in second place, Susanna Cron. In the junior grooming, Peter Cron is our champion today, and in second place, Hunter Lutz. Our second split from the Tilley Club will have 2 intermediates and a senior entry. First in the ring is Abe Cron. Then we have Evan Daniels. And rounding out the class is Eva Cron. Judge, your class is complete. comments from our judge.
Well, there's 3 interesting steers for you. We're going to start the class with the big yellow steer. All these steers are big. They're beefy. Today's the target date on these steers. They've hit it. There's not a lot of runway left on any of these steers. I like the smaller Charolais steer, a steer that reads plenty finished. But in terms of muscling, I think he's the most honestly muscled steer in the class. When you get over the top of this steer, he's plenty wide. He's plenty deep. But compared to some of the other steers in the class, he's probably a little cleaner. This red steer has got a whole lot of steer here. There's a lot of shape on this steer, but when you look at this steer, you look in the twist, you look in the cods and the flank and the brisket, a lot of that steer reads pretty fat. So when we peel those layers back, I think he might not have the muscling that the steer above him has. This poor steer sitting here in third, he's just in the wrong class. He's the longest steer in the class. He's the leanest steer in the class, so we'll commend him for that. But when we start looking at what is the actual muscle on that steer and we peel back a few layers of the onion on these other steers, I think this steer is still probably the lightest muscled steer out of these 3. But with that's 3 tough steers, and we'll bring some back for a champion.
Thank you for those comments. In the second split and advancing to the championship class for the Tilley Club, in first place is Abe Cron, and in second place, also advancing, is Eva Cron, and in third place, Evan Daniels. In the intermediate showmanship, winner today is Abe Cron, and in second place, Evan Daniels. In the intermediate grooming, in first place is Evan Daniels, and in second place, Abe Cron. We'll now go into the Tilley Club champion and reserve champion steer class. Coming from our first split, we'll have Peter Cron and Remy Meyer, and from the class that was just in the ring, we'll have Abe Cron and Eva Cron. Following this class, we're going to go to the John Ware Club. In our first split, it will be the juniors. We'll be in that, there'll be 4 entries. We'll be looking for Emma Manderscheid, Brant Beasley, Rhett Johnson, and Briar Douglas. Please be ready.
Let's be lazy, baby, no troubles on our minds. Tell me, maybe we can leave it all behind. The two of us will hear no words. Let's be lazy, let's be lazy.
comments from our judge?
Well, like I said before, if you were sick of looking at black steers, here's some that aren't, and it didn't get any easier. 4 really good steers coming out of Tilly. I mean, again, when I talk about my lizard brain for the cattle feeder, and these are all fantastic steers. I'd take truckload upon truckload of these steers anytime. Not going to keep you guys in suspense. We're going to use the juniors for the club champions. We're going to go with this is our grand and this is our reserve champion for the club. I think these 2 steers, I haven't been commenting on champion classes too much, but I think these 2 steers are very similar in type. When we get in behind on the juniors, there's just that extra bit of muscle shape in the top third of the carcass. That's what's going to get them to win today.
Our champion in reserve steer from the Tilly Club. In first place, champion steer goes to Peter Cron. And in second place, the reserve champion today is Remy Meyer. We'll see those 2 steers shortly in the district championship drive.
Okay, so John Red quality split 1, split 2. You've got both together.
In the John Ware Club, in our first split, first in the ring is Emma Manderscheid. Next in we have Brant Beasley, followed by Rhett Johnson. Rounding out the class is Briar Douglas. Your class is complete. Following this class, we'll go into the second split from the John Ware Club. We'll be looking for Maya Manderscheid, Carter Campbell. If you're following along in your program today, Sage Larson is a scratch. Then looking for Brett Campbell, Brody Beasley, Cameron Trimbecki, Kira Trimbecki, and Dylan Beasley.
To blow off some steam. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I've been holding in since the clock in Monday morning. From the end of the week, I'm about to blow. Breeze walking to the honky tonk like a pack of wolves now. Order of a round shots, and it's away we go. It's a throw down, dig down. Order of another round of shots. Run, get drunk, get some, have fun. Hit this is trouble, baby, like in a night. I'm a Jim Big, drinking big, singing la 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 la, dancing machine. Been a hell of a week, and I need to blow off some steam. Look at
I've just been informed that if you're following along on your program today in the John Ware Club in the second split, I did announce that Sage Larson is a scratch for today. Her steer is not here, but she will be showing a steer and competing for showmanship only.
steam for blue. I've been holding it in through the homework week. Now it's Saturday night and I'm about to blow. So come on now, man, if you play me none of them slow songs. I need boots, good bar, burning hill, race and get up and go songs. Well, give me something hot, just give me all you got. Now let's give over to Miller's Drive. Go ahead.
place to start. If I'm honest, I don't know who I am. All I see is a man who's waiting for a wake-up call. So won't you touch this heart that doesn't have a song to sing, and sing it to me, sing it to me. Open up my mind, but can I find a melody, and sing it to me, sing it to me. Keep singing. If I'm honest, I wish I was better at everything I have ever tried and failed to be. I wear every letdown, I show every scar, and I found that hope can only carry you so far. So won't you touch this heart that doesn't have a song to sing, and sing it to me, and sing it to me. Open up my mind, but can I find a melody, and sing it to me, and sing it to me. Keep singing. I'm all out of strength, I'm all out of luck, and what's in my hands never is enough. Will you remind me of the song I've forgotten? So won't you touch this heart that doesn't have a song to sing, and sing it to me, sing it to me. Open up my mind, and can I find a melody, and sing it to me, yeah, sing it to me.
Comments from our judge?
Well, we're back to black steers. Boy, this gray steer is long, isn't he? He's like every part of this steer is long. That's why he's at the top of the class. He's just got so much length in him. Particularly length in the hind quarter, length in the forequarter. There's just a lot there. When you put your hands on this steer, I think he's about ideal in terms of finish. When you get your hands on the loin, there's a lot of loin there. So I'm thinking he's shown a lot of natural muscle. When you can see behind him, he's carrying that depth well down, just about to his hocks. And when you look in the twist, there's a little fat in there, but it's not really full. When we get to the black steer sitting here in second, steer that's maybe a little more rugged made, carrying lots of muscle, carrying lots of finish on him. A steer that when you look through the twist and down in the hindquarters, he's maybe not as fully developed into that bottom third of the carcass. The young lady with this really long black steer here in third, a steer I really commend for his length. There's a lot of muscle shape in this steer on the top third of the carcass. When you get down lower, he kind of falls away a little bit when we get down into the stifle region. And the young lady in fourth, I told her if we were judging this show on show ring presence and appearance, it would be a completely different story. That is a fancy, fancy little steer. I wish there was more of him. I wish he had a little bit more muscling. I wish he was filled out a little more through the round. When you put your hands on him, he's very finished. He's the smoothest steer in the class. I just wish I could take my fingers like you do on your phone and just make them 1,400 pounds instead of 1,200 pounds. So with that, there's a good class of steers from John Ware.
Thank you for those comments in our first split from the John Ware 4-H Multi-Club. In first place and advancing to the championship class of the John Ware Club is Rhett Johnson. Also advancing in second place, Brant Beasley. In third place, Blair Douglas. And in fourth place, Emma Manderscheid. In the junior showmanship for the John Ware Club, in first place is Emma Manderscheid. And in second place, Rhett Johnson. Junior grooming, first place today goes to Rhett Johnson. And in second place, Emma Manderscheid.
Also, she's only showmanship for her. And Brienne, if he places top two, you gotta place three.
Our next class in the ring from the John Ware 4-H Multi-Club is second split, and first in the ring is Maya Manderscheid. Next we have Carter Campbell. Then we have Sage Larson. Following her is Brett Campbell. Then we have Brody Beasley. Then Cameron Trimbecki and Kira Trimbecki. And rounding out the class is Dylan Beasley. Judge, your class is complete.
And the other one too is Carrie was wondering if you can announce a reminder for any of the steer members to get a picture of their steers done at the backdrop, if you haven't done so already. Who do you need, Kristen, or up top there? Need Jill up there? Is it Jill that's up there? Who's up there?
Just a reminder for any of you 4-H members, we do have a photographer here. If you haven't had your picture of your steer taken, please get that taken care of. And today, just like to mention again that our photographer is sponsored by Rocky Mountain Equipment. I'd like to say thank you to Tracy Iwan for being here yesterday and today taking pictures of all our 4-H members' projects.
Along the coach roads I did ride, with sword and pistol by my side. Many a young maid lost her baubles to my trade. Many a soldier shed his lifeblood on my blade. The bastards hung me in the spring of 25, but I am still alive.
I was a sailor, I was born upon the tide. With the sea I did abide. I sailed a schooner around the Horn of Mexico. I went aloft to furl the mainsail in a blow. And when the yards broke off, they said that I got killed. But I'm living still. I was a dam builder across a river deep and wide, where steel and water did collide. A place called Boulder on the wild Colorado. I slipped and fell into the wet concrete below. They buried me in that gray tomb that knows no sound. But I'm still around. I'll always be around, 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 around. I fly a star
If I placed what I have in your heart, believing be enough, would you pull me closer to your side? It was the first time you felt just a little bit of something, baby. I felt believing I'd fly. I found a reason to give you just enough of what you want, baby. So fine, you were willing to try. Honey, tell me what you need. Oh, they've been talking, we've been walking so far apart. Oh, if I could turn the seasons to show you ways to love with reason, we'd fall so hard. It was the first time you felt just a little bit of something, baby. I felt believing I'd fly. I found a reason to give you just enough of what you wanted, baby. So fine, you were willing to try. It was the first time you felt just a little bit of something, baby. I felt believing I'd fly. I found a reason to give you just enough of what you wanted, baby. To find you were willing to try. To love and be loved. To love and be loved. To love and be loved. It was the first time you felt just a little bit of something, baby. And I felt believing I'd fly. Yeah, I found a reason to give you just enough of what you wanted, baby. To find you were willing to try.
Once we get done the championship classes, we have just a reminder that they're aiming for 5 o'clock for our beef on a bun. I'm starting to get a little bit of a aroma, and it's a very good one from the beef on a bun, prepared by the Brooks Masonic Lodge number 73. And a thank you to Nutrient Ag Solutions Canada Incorporated for donating the beef today. That will follow our awards presentation at 4 o'clock. comments from our judge?
Well, it seems like every club has a bit of a profile when their steers come into the ring. I'm sure if we were to turn them all loose in a pen, we could pick out the John Wares and the Jenners and the Tillys. Be pretty easy. This set of John Ware steers here, this is a pretty impressive set of steers. This little gray steer caught my eye right away when he walked in. He's got a tremendous amount of balance, tremendous amount of eye appeal. When you forget all that stuff, when you look at him in terms of carcass merit, there's a lot of muscle shape there. When you put your hands on this steer and you get your hands on the turn of that loin, that steer is genuine beef. There is a huge loin on this steer. Yes, he pinches a little bit around the tail head. I'll be the first to admit it. But when you put your hands on your loin, that's an impressive feeling carcass. I like the big rugged black steer sitting here in second. There's about, this is where things start to get different. We've got a whole bunch of different styles of steers here. I love the length on this steer. He's super wide across the top. Do I wish he carried his muscling down a little further through the hindquarters? Absolutely. Does he read a little heavy in the finish? A little bit. But I think the length and the width of the carcass on this steer is what's going to get him into second. Black steer sitting here in third, profiles beautifully. When he moves, as soon as he stops, he kind of lets it all hang out and he kind of softens a little through the top line. I wish he was as wide as the steer above him. Might be in a different place. He certainly carries his muscling down deeper than the steer above him, but there's just not enough width there in the top. But very close pair. This Simmental steer here, this was the problem steer in the class. He could have sat anywhere from second to wherever. I think he's one of the longer steers in the class. He's one of the hardest finished steers in the class, but when you start analyzing the steer and you get through all that hair, he's a little weak in the shoulder, a little weak behind the shoulders. His muscling isn't maybe just as wide as we'd like to see on this steer, given the weight that he's at. Little black steer sitting in, that's going to be fifth. A steer that, again, profiles really, really nicely out on the move. A steer that has a lot of width going for him. He's the lightest steer in the class that's competing for confirmation. He's the lightest steer in the class. He's tremendously well built through the hindquarters. Just a little small, a little narrow. He gets a little weak over the top line. Again, a big rugged steer sitting down here in about sixth spot, really wide over the top. He's carrying a tremendous amount of volume through his body, massive through the shoulders, but when we get into the hindquarters, he kind of gives up a little bit. He doesn't carry the balance of the steers above him. Black steer sitting here down here and is going to be about seventh spot. A steer that profiles really nicely. I really like the way this steer is built through his hindquarters. He's level, he's full all the way through the top. He's a little smaller steer. When we get down into this steer in the bottom third of the hindquarters, he falls away a little bit, but if I was going to fill my freezer, that's one of the ones I'd go after right there. And then the lady here in the bottom, she's here competing for showmanship. She's had a little bad luck with her steer, so I think she's doing a really good job there.
Thank you for those comments from the John Ware Club. Advancing from the second split, in first place is Carter Campbell, and in second place is Dylan Beasley. We'll see them right away for the champion of the John Ware Club. And in third place from the second split is Brett Campbell. Fourth place to Kiera Trimbecki. Fifth to Cameron Trimbecki. In sixth place is Brody Beasley. In seventh place is Meyer Mandershield. And in eighth is Sage Larson competing for showmanship only today. So our next class, we will have the top two steers from our first split. That'll be Rhett Johnson and Brant Beasley. And from this class, we'll be seeing Carter Campbell and Dylan Beasley come back, and they will be competing for champion and reserve champion steer of the John Ware 4-H Club. Following this class, we're going to get into our championship classes for the district. Our first one will be the junior grooming. So if you were first or second in your club for junior grooming, you are the next ones in the ring. Following that, we're going to do the junior showmanship. And then we'll move into the intermediate grooming, intermediate showmanship, senior grooming, senior showmanship, and then champion steers. Trevor.
Well, let me tell you a little something about me. When it's Saturday night, I need to blow off some steam. One, two, three, four! Well, I've been holding it in since the clock came Monday morning. From the end of the week, I'm about to blow. We're walking to the honky tonk.
So just,
Going back to our previous class here, the intermediate and senior showmanship and grooming for the John Ware Club. In the intermediate showmanship, in first place is Brett Campbell, and in second place is Maya Manderscheid. In the intermediate grooming, it is also Brett Campbell as our winner today, and in second place, Carter Campbell. In the senior division of the John Ware Club for showmanship, in first place is Cameron Trebecki, and in second place is Kira Trebecki. And in the grooming for seniors, it's the same way for the Trebecki clan. Cameron is first, and Kira is second. Comments from our judge?
Okay, well, some of you may know I have a bit of a history with this club. So I want to know who taught them how to put paint on, because there's a lot of black paint out there today. That's okay. You buy the can, use it all. There's some really good steers here. We got some, again, we're into some really big pen, big ranchy type steers, and we got some pretty showy steers here too. 4 really, really good steers in the ring, representing some really good operations. Not much to say. I'm going to go out and pick a grand, then a reserve.
Thank you for those comments. Champion for the John Ware Club is entry 297, Carter Campbell. And reserve is Rhett Johnson. We'll be seeing those 2 gray steers later on in the championship drive for the overall district grand champion steer. We're just getting the cattle assembled, lined up for our championship classes. We're going to start off with the junior grooming. I take this opportunity once again to thank some of our sponsors today. I'd like to thank Daryl Wiestra and the Silver Sage Community Corral for always having the facility in tip-top shape, whatever we need. he makes it happen. Also, thanks to Ross Annett and T-Down Trailers for this EB aluminum gooseneck that we're sitting on today. Thank you for always being there to support 4-H. We'll be listening to Ross later on when he sells all the calves tonight. Also, during the sale, Ross will be selling, so will Land and Hop, and if you want, you can get on to DLMS and bid on there. Just push the button. Earlier today, the calves were all weighed on a scale provided by Niznik Ranches and also from Giles Ranches, so thank you to them for supplying the scale like they always do. Another little housekeeping duty. I said earlier, I'll remind you again though, that we like to say happy birthday to the South Slope Club on them turning 90 years old this year. So that's quite a good shift for a 4-H club. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank some people from behind the scenes. Lee Beasley is the chair of the committee here today. Also, Carolyn Hendrickson is our key leader. A huge thank you to Kathleen Peltzer for helping me out here today. Our show and sale administrators are Kristen Nisnik and Carolyn Hendrickson, getting the results tabulated to make up our sale program for later on. Earlier today, after the calves were weighed, Carolyn Hendrickson did calculate our rate of gain, and we'll be crowning a winner for that later on. Val Gillespie was here earlier this morning representing LIS to make sure the manifests were all filled out properly. And also, there's going to be a draw for three brand books. And this was started a while ago by Dale Chrisman, and Val has kept it going. And how you qualify for the draw is if you filled out your manifest this morning and it was correct and done by you, your name is in the draw. Later on tonight during the sale, our secretaries are going to be Sue Giles and Kathy Clark. I'd like to say thank you to them. And also in the office tonight, collecting the money, will be Santana Murray, Jackie Landon, and from Bow Slope, Diane Van Essen, the general manager. And there'll be some volunteers here too from the Scotiabank, one of them being Christy Waldner. Also today, earlier on during the judging, all the members filled out cards, and those today are being marked by Emma and Marilene Van Steeklenburg. Once we get the show completed, we will bring those 4 steers back in here, and Jay will tell us how he placed the steers and give his set of reasons. Also today, taking pictures of all the projects and we'll be getting pictures of the champions is Tracy Ewan Photography, and today she is being sponsored by Rocky Mountain Equipment.
Early in the driving rain, found John's out hitting on the liquor again. It wasn't too late, about 10:30 when he let loose what the cat dragged in. It was a Sunday. tried to make me pay the rent. Said I ain't got no money for you. Can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. Brother, brother, what you owe me? I can't count on anymore. Till the police come and knocking on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground. Burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Well, I spent some time in a backwoods town, ain't nothing to do, 'cause there ain't nothing around. Deputy sheriff ran around the block, but the streets are empty and the doors are locked. Got pretty low.
We're going to get started with our championship classes here. First ones in the ring will be the top two groomers from each club in the junior division. Starting off from the Dusty Plains will be Mason Curry and Ransom Richards. And then we'll be looking for Marley King and Lucy Dirksen. And then from the Jenner Club, Zane Rasmussen and Nicole Waldner. From the Tilly Club, Peter Cron and Hunter Lutz. From the John Ware Club, Rhett Johnson and Emily Manderscheid. So here we go from the Dusty Plains in our junior grooming for the championship of the district. We have Mason Curry and then Ransom Richards. From the Bazano Club, Marley King and Lucy Dirksen. From the Jenner Club, Zane Rasmussen and Nicole Waldner. From the Tilly Club, Peter Cron and Hunter Lutz. And from the John Ware Club, Rhett Johnson and Emma Manderscheid. Following this class, we're going to go into the junior showmanship. So we'll be asking that the top 2 placings from each club in the junior showmanship please be ready. From the Dusty Plains Club, we'll be looking for Cheyenne Curry and Mason Curry. From the Bazano Club, Marley King and Bowden Dirksen. From the Jenner Club, Zane Rasmussen and Nicole Waldner. From the Tilly Club, Sophie Daniels and Susanna Cron. And from the John Ware Club, Emma Manderscheid and Rhett Johnson. Please be ready. Our judge today has made his decision in the junior grooming division for the district. In first place, our champion groomer today is Rhett Johnson. He's from the John Ware Club. And from the Dusty Plains Club, Mason Curry is our reserve champion junior groomer today.
So you guys, Brianna and Lindsay, can you pull them out? So bring the gray steer out and the black steer out. Yeah, there we go. So there's our
We're just going to bring these 2 steers over in front of the announcer's booth so you can have a look at our champions. So for you in the stands watching, our champion grooming for the junior division for the Newell district is the gray steer, and reserve is the black steer. Job well done, kids. Okay, we're going to move into our junior showmanship. From the Dusty Plains Club, we have Cheyenne Curry and Mason Curry. From the Bazano Club, we have Marley King and Bowden Dirksen. From the Jenner Multi Club, we have Zane Rasmussen and Nicole Waldner. From the Tilly Club, we have Sophie Daniels and Susanna Cron. And from the John Ware Club, Emma Manderscheid and Rhett Johnson.
And then I'm going to update on your back program here.
Following this class, we're going to move into the intermediate division. We'll start off with the grooming. So in your club, if you were first and second in the grooming, in the intermediate, please be ready. In the next class for the intermediate grooming from the Dusty Plains, Clara Connors and Georgia Griffith. From the Bazano Club, Kylie Dirksen and Natalie Petkow. From the South Slope Club, Sage Ellefson. From the Jenner Multi Club, Riley Howe and Brooklyn Waldner. From the Tilly Club, Evan Daniels and Abe Cron. And from the John Ware Club, intermediate grooming, Brett Campbell and Carter Campbell. Please be ready. The results are in for junior showmanship. Today, our winners and champion showman in the junior division from the Tilly Club is Sophie Daniels. And reserve champion junior showman from the John Ware Club, Emma Manderscheid. Here's our champion showman right in front of me, Sophie Daniels with the big gray steer, and right behind her with the black steer is Emma Manderscheid from the John Ware Club.
Atomize my essence down to black earth and rain. Blow away into the night 1,000 tiny points of light. Ain't it hard to watch another evening slip away? It's a shame. Ain't it a shame now? It's a shame. Ain't it a shame? And did you know that you were playing with the sharp edge of a knife? It seems like everyone. Far away in the burning hills of Zion, betting on an afterlife to try on today. Fear guides the hand of a broken down young man.
We're now going to move into the intermediate grooming for the district. First in the ring from the Dusty Plains Club will be Claire Connors and Georgia Griffith. From the Bazano Club, Kylie Dirksen and Natalie Petkow. From the South Slope Club, Sage Ellefson. From the Jenner Club, Riley Howe and Brooklyn Waldner. From the Tilly Club, Evan Daniels and Abe Cron.
Oh, no, Sage is by herself. There's only one intermediate. She's your grand. The reserve comes over here. These two switch. Lori, there's no reserve in. So just hold up, Lindsay. You'll have to. Oh, no, Lori. She goes here.
And from the John Ware Club, we have Brett Campbell and Carter Campbell.
No, I was going to say, yeah, there's only one, and it'll be the same in show. That doesn't matter. Yeah, but the senior will be the same. They'll have that. You need a. It's going to be the Dusty Moon Valley, Bazano
Following this class, we're going to move into the district championship class for the intermediate showmanship. In that class from the Dusty Plains, we'll be looking for Evelyn Rook and Tenley Griffith. From the Bazano Club, Bradley Lyzenga and Paisley Wierakowski. From the South Slope Club, Sage Ellefson. From the Jenner Club, Brooklyn Waldner and Riley Howe. From the Tilly Club, Abe Cron and Evan Daniels. And from the John Ware Club, Brett Campbell and Maya Manderscheid. Please be ready.
This night, I guess I'll take you home again. So wrong to fight, I'll keep you warm inside. I'll be the one who gives what you want to. I'll be the one who is what you won't do. I'll be your foolish kid. You stole the best a thief could even give. A heart of love, the blood to one last touch.
The results are in for the intermediate grooming for the Newell District 4-H. In first place from the John Ware Club is Brett Campbell, and also from the John Ware Club in reserve is Carter Campbell. The Campbell John Ware sweep.
I'll be your foolish kid. I'll be your foolish kid. I'll be your foolish kid. I'll be the one who gives.
So for you in the audience, our champion intermediate grooming, Brett Campbell. She has the black steer to your right, my left, and reserve Carter Campbell with the gray steer. Next in, we're going to go to the intermediate showmanship. First in the ring from the Dusty Plains Club will be Evelyn Rook and Tenley Griffith. Here we have Evelyn Rook and Tenley Griffith from the Dusty Plains Club. Next in from the Bazano Club will be Bradley Lyzenga and Paisley Wierzkowski. From the South Slope Club, we have Sage Ellefson. From the Jenner Club, Brooklyn Waldner and Riley Howe. From the Tilly Club, Abe Cron and Evan Daniels. And from the John Ware Club, Brett Campbell and Maya Manderscheid. Following this class, we're going to get into our senior grooming. From the Bazano Club, we'll be looking for Georgia Hale and William Hale. From the South Slope Club, Melina Baumgarten and Eva Niznik. From the Jenner Club, Brooke Rasmussen. From the Tilly Club, Eva Cron. And from the John Ware Club, Cameron Trimbecki and Kiera Trimbecki. Please be ready. The results are in for the 2025 Newell District Intermediate Showmanship Champion from the John Ware Club again, 299, Brett Campbell was our champion showman. And reserve champion, also from the John Ware Club, was Maya Manderscheid. So now we're going to move into senior grooming. For those in the stands, to my left, your right, the black steer is Brett Campbell, and the steer right in front of me is Maya Manderscheid. There's your champion intermediate showman for today.
So now we're looking for senior.
Our next class will be the senior grooming. From the Bazano Club in the senior grooming, we have Georgia Hale and William Hale. From the South Slope Club, Melina Baumgarten and Eva Niznik. From the Jenner Club, Brooke Rasmussen. From the Tilly Club, Evan Daniels and Abe Cron.
These two steers are singles.
And from the John Ware Club, Cameron Trebecki and Kiera Trebecki. Excuse my mistake. When I was announcing who was in, I did not announce from the Tilly Club that senior grooming, we have Eva Cron. My apologies. comments from our judge. Trevor?
First of all, I'd like to thank the Newell 4-H District Committee for having me come judge here today for the grooming. Just a few general comments. This time of year is extremely hard to keep hair on these calves and have new hair growth. With that right now, I'm looking for cleanliness. I'm looking for clean feet, clean ears, clean calves. When they're clean, their hair pops better, and they're shiny, they look better. So basically, everybody did a great job today. So with that, I'll go out and pick my champion and my reserve champion.
Thank you for those comments, Trevor. Our champion senior groomer is Brooke Rasmussen, and reserve is Cameron Trembecki. Brooke is from the Jenner Club, and Cameron is from the John Ware Club. Next, we're going to move into the senior showmanship. From the Bazano Club, we have Georgia Hale and William Hale. Sorry, William Hale and Georgia Hale, in that order, sorry. In the South Slope Club, Eva Nisnik and Melina Baumgarten. From the Jenner Club, Brooke Rasmussen. From the Tilly Club, Eva Cron. And from the John Ware Club, Cameron Trembecki and Kiera Trembecki.
I curse the lives of lucky men. Into this hell out there.
Our showmanship judge today is Brianne Pelser. Brianne grew up on a mixed cattle and irrigated grain farm northwest of Dutchess. She was a member of the John Ware 4-H Club for 10 years and participated in the market steer, heifer, cow-calf pair, horse, judging, shooting sports, and leadership projects. Last year, she graduated from the University of Saskatchewan with a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture with an agronomy major and an animal science minor. There, she was president of the U of S beef team and a member of the U of S judging team, where she competed at competitions such as the Agribition Judging Competition. She is excited to judge showmanship today and wishes all the members the best of luck.
Johnny went out walking and he hitched for a ride. He came across a pretty girl who took him inside. Johnny asked the pretty girl if he could take her hand. She became his wife and they bought a piece of land.
Following this showmanship class, we're gonna move right into our overall grand champion and reserve champion steer class for the Newell district. From the Dusty Plains, we'll be looking for Mason Curry and Tenley Griffith. From the Bazano Club, Jackson Hale and Farah Hop. From the South Slope Club, Eva Nisnik and Melina Baumgarten. From the Jenner Club, Riley Howe and Brooke Rasmussen. From the Tilly Club, Peter Cron and Remy Meyer. And from the John Ware Club, Carter Campbell and Rhett Johnson. Please be ready.
Johnny went out one day with a shotgun by his side. His family, they didn't trust him to keep him all alive. He stumbled upon a black bear and knocked down his gun. Johnny couldn't reach it, so he fixed up to run. The bear caught up to Johnny, knocked him to the ground. Johnny thought of his little girl and he beat that bear down. Well, the moral of the story, if there's a woman by his side, there's nothing that a man will do just to stay alive, stay alive. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun till it's done. And you're the one.
Following our next class of the championship steers, then we're going to have the Pen of Four competition. After that, we will bring back the 4 steers that were in the ring early this morning, and our judge, Jay Good, will give his critique and reasons for those steers. Then we're going to move in to the awards presentation at 4 o'clock, beef on a bun at 5, and sale time at 6. At the end of the sale, they're going to have a donor steer, as they do every year. This year's donor steer is Bruce. He's a 1,400-pound steer that comes from the South Slope 4-H Club. The club proudly supports donor recipients, Brooks Seniors Outreach, Ronald McDonald House Charities, and Halo Air Ambulance. The club would like to thank the sponsors this year, being Nisnik Ranches for the donation of Bruce, and to Trow Nutrition for donating feed. And also other sponsors for the program was Vote Oilfield Services and also UFA. They look forward to bringing Bruce to the show and sale today.
Johnny went out one day with a shotgun by his side. His family, they didn't trust him to keep him all alive. He stumbled upon a black bear who knocked down his gun. Johnny couldn't reach it, so he fixed up to run. The bear caught up to Johnny and knocked him to the ground. Johnny thought it was a little girl, Lord, he beat that bear down. The moral of the story, if there's a woman place to start. If I'm honest, I don't know who I am. All I see is a man who's waiting for a wake-up call. So won't you touch this heart that doesn't have a song to sing, and sing it to me, sing it to me. Open up my mind, then can I find a melody, and sing it to me, sing it to me. Keep singing. If I'm honest, I wish I was better at everything I have ever tried and failed to be. I wear every letdown, I show every scar, and I found that hope can only carry you so far. So won't you touch this heart that doesn't have a song to sing, and sing it to me, and sing it to me. Open up my mind, then can I find a melody, and sing it to me, sing it to me. Keep singing. I'm all out of strength, I'm all out of luck, and what's in my hands never is enough. Will you remind me of the song I've forgotten? So won't you touch this?
Comments from our judge?
Well, first off, I'd just like to give these juniors a round of applause. Not only the ones that we see in the ring here, who are a lot of talented showmen, but also the ones we sent back to the barns today. There's a lot of great hands out here, so give them a round of applause. So I'm going to start off with some general comments. We're going to start off at the junior level, then we're going to go to the intermediates and up to the seniors. This was a really great class here to watch for any of the juniors who are back in the barns. It's a great demo class to look at what you're supposed to be doing, how to show an animal, and maybe pick up some tips here. So first off, I want to comment on halter fitting. Jay, our judge, mentioned it at the start of today. And so one thing we want to make sure is that these calves' halters are sitting right in the middle between their eye and their nose. That's where we want our nose band to be. That gives you the most control on the halter. Next, I want to talk about how close we hold our lead shank. We want our hand on the chain, not on the leather. When we have the leather in our hand, it gets really slippery, so we want to make sure that we have the best chance at controlling our steer that way. So we want to hold our halter really close up to the steer's face and on the chain. Next up, I want to say that we always want to stay on the left-hand side of the steer, the side you're always leading on. No matter if you're getting out of the judge's line of sight, you never want to cross in front of your steer. That just puts you in a bit of a safety risk. And so we always want to make sure that we're as safe as possible when showing these big calves. Also, you'll notice that Jay today was touching all of the calves when he was feeling for finish. We want to make sure that we're brushing those calves. We have The comb in our back pocket, so we want to make sure that we're using it, making our calves look as presentable as possible, even after the judge has touched them. As showmen, we always want to be quiet and efficient. So there's a few in this class that are really, really quiet. You don't really notice them, but everything they're doing is right. The calf is always set up properly. We want to make sure that's key. They always want to have their head up, and we always want to make sure that we don't need to be flashy showmen. We need to be efficient showmen. Next up, we have walking into setup. So that's one thing I really think is handy when you're in classes like this. You don't have to play with their feet. You don't have to mess around with them, make them a little anxious. If you just walk your calf into the right setup, that's really, really handy, and it shows off how much work you've done at home. Showmanship is a class that isn't one here. It's actually one at home with how much work you do on your calf at home. And finally, I just want to touch on some of the help we had in the ring today. If you're a senior or any intermediate member and you're helping a junior with their calf, we always want to make sure that we are up at the front of the calf with the junior showman. We have lots of ringmen help in the ring today, so they will always handle pushing the steer forward. We need you guys to stay at the front to make sure that if that calf gets away, you're the next person available to grab him. So with that, I think that wraps up all of my tips kind of for today. You guys did awesome. And with that, I will go select my grand and reserve.
Thank you, Brianne, for those great, constructive, and informative comments. A real learning experience, our opportunity. Today, our champion senior showman is Brooke Rasmussen from the Jenner Club, and reserve from the John Ware Club, Cameron Trimbecki. Our next class in is for our overall Newell District Grand and Reserve Champion Steer. From the Dusty Plains Club, we have Mason Curry and Tenley Griffith. From the Bazano Club, Jackson Hale and Farrah Hop. From the South Slope Club, Eva Nisnik and Melina Baumgarten. From the Jenner Club, Riley Howe and Brooke Rasmussen. From the Tilly Club, Peter Cron and Remy Meyer.
take it off now? Are you good? Okay.
And from the John Ware Club, Carter Campbell and Rhett Johnson.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the committee for inviting me here today. I knew it was going to be a tough show. I knew there'd be a lot of good steers. I didn't think it'd be this tough. There's a lot of good steers here. We got a dozen really good steers in the pen, or in the ring right now. This front row, boy, it's close. I mean, some of these steers are out by a drink of water. We should bring these steers back tomorrow. Might be a different story all around. So congratulations to all the members who made it here. We've left a lot of really good steers back in the stalls, and that it's an unfortunate part of the game. We can only take 2 from each club, but here we sit. I was coming home from a show a week ago today over there, other corner of the province, and I was thinking to myself, maybe we're asking too much of these steers, for these April-born steers to be ready to go for the end of May. You know, over there wasn't a lot of steers that I would call well finished, definitely not filled out, not well fed. And then I get here today and I think, no, they just need to work on feeding over there. There's some well-presented, well-fed steers here. So I think with that, everybody should be proud of the job they did today. So I think we should give these members a big round of applause. To the members that are here in the ring today, at this point, congratulations, you made it a long way. I wish I could take you all, I could give you all trophies, but I can't. I can only take 2. For those that are watching that aren't in the ring, all I got to say is this. The only person you really have to compete with is the person you were yesterday. If you're doing a better job tomorrow than you did today, then you're winning at life. These guys are in the ring with their steers, but that doesn't mean that they're the only winners. Everybody back there who did a better job than they did yesterday or last year is a winner. So, I'm going to say this about the champions. We have seen some big steers here today, and that little lizard brain cattle feeder in my head likes that a lot. And like I told the kids right at the very beginning, we get through muscling, we get through finish, we get through everything else, then we can start to look at eye appeal as last resort. And I got to be honest with you, there's some pretty fancy steers in here. I'm going to go out and pick my champion. It's my opinion for today. If you have different opinions on it, I totally respect that. I think we should be proud of the job that this area, the cows that we've produced that have been bought off of other ranches, the kids that got the ranch or calves off their own facilities here, I think we should be really proud of them. They do a good job. This is why I like buying cattle from the Brooks area, because they work. With that, I'm going to go out and I'm going to pick my grand champion first and then my reserve.
Our champion steer today is Mason Curry from the Dusty Plains Club. And from the John Ware Club, Carter Campbell. following this class, I think we're going to get some pictures with the judge, and then heads up to all the clubs out there. If you can get your pen of four ready, that will be the next class in the ring, the pen of four. We're going to get into our pen of 4 here now.
Okay.
The first club with the yellow calves in the ring is their entry from the Tilly Club. Looks like Jenner will be our next club in. The next club coming into the ring is the South Slope Club. Following the South Slope Club. Following the South Slope Club is Bazano.
Lindsay, watch me. Oh no, sorry, this is Bazano.
Following Bazano Club, we have the Dusty Plains Club, and our final club in the ring for the pen of 4 is the John Ware Club. Following this class, we would ask that any 4-H members that had their steers in the ring this morning for judging, please bring them back. And at that time, our judge, Jay Good, will give his critique on the steers and reasons for placings.
Tell me if I found what you can't see, would you come back to me? Tell me now, baby, would you come my way if I was a better man? If I could change, I would, but I find I'm at a loss for words. And even when they come, it hurts. What do you want from me? Honey, I can't even breathe. Tell me if I found what you can't see, would you come back to me?
Today, our quality judge has been Jay Good. Jay comes to us from the Brooks, Alberta, where he has been a 4-H leader for 20 years, leading beef, swine, and judging project leader. He started judging 35 years ago and has judged sheep, beef, and swine shows in Alberta, BC, Saskatchewan, and Montana. In 2019, he coached the Alberta 4-H team to their best ever finish at the National Western 4-H Roundup in Denver, Colorado. He has been a coach at the Summer Synergy Judging Camp for the past 4 years. Jay grew up in Carstairs, Alberta, showing Limousin cattle at 4-H and junior shows. When his kids were in 4-H, they also showed Limousin cattle and developed a flock of Suffolk ewes, providing themselves and local forage members with market lamb prospects. He is the past chair of 4-H Alberta Beef Advisory Committee and a member of the Provincial Beef Carcass Committee. Jay is the inventory coordinator for Gateway Livestock Group of Companies. Gateway specializes in providing high-quality slaughter and feeder cattle to customers in Western Canada and the U.S. Pacific Northwest. When not judging a youth show, Jay is also a piper in the South Alberta Pipes and Drums. Jay is the trophy husband of Arlene, who is chair of Alberta Sheep and is also on the 4-H Alberta Board of Directors. Sorry, Jay, that's the first mistake I made all day, I think.
All right, well, this is my last chance on the mic. So I want to again thank the committee for asking me here today. Like I said, I knew I'd expect some good steers. I didn't expect them all to be really good steers. So this has been it's been a challenge, I'll be the first to admit it, but it's been fun. And I guess, you know, being local and knowing a lot of the kids, I guess that makes it lots of fun too. This class right here is my absolute favorite. I love the group classes. I've loved them since I was that high. I mean, we entered cattle as in breeders' herds that we probably should have left in the stands or in the stalls because we wanted to be in the group classes. I think this shows so much of what the club is about. We got the teamwork getting together with the kids picking the 4 steers. We get to look at the ranches and the families and the cattle that they're producing, and we get to evaluate them. We get to look at how these families are feeding the cattle and how they're presenting the cattle. And I think we've got, 24 steers in here? There's 24 really, really good steers in here that I'd take truckloads of these anytime. But I can only pick one. So with that, I think we're going to go with the club that has really it was catching my eye all day long. The steers are absolute peas in a pod. For talking to the kids, I think we're representing a couple of herds, local herds. But we are going to give the Penafor Award to what I think are the most carcass-worthy, end of May style of steers. I think this is a pretty nice example of the steers we should be producing for the beef industry, and we're going to give that to the Tilly Club.
Thank you, Jay, and this is not your last time on the mic. We're going to get you back to talk about the 4 steers in judging yet. Congratulations to the Tilly Club. Once this class leaves the ring, like I said, if we could get the 4 steers that were in this morning for the judging, if we could get those steers back to the ring, please. We have found there's been a purse turned into our announcer stand that was found in the washroom. If you have lost your purse, you can come over here and identify it, and we'll return it to you. I'd like to invite all the 4-H members that were showing calves today to come back to the ring. We're going to call on Jay for his final, one last duty today, and that is to give his reasons on how he placed the 4 calves that were in the ring this morning that everyone that was here judged. And as soon as we're done that, we're going to get right into the awards. So if we could have all the 4-H members come to the ring, please. I'll now turn the mic over to our judge today, Jay Good, for his final duty of the day to give his reasons on the judging calves.
No, thank you. All right, that all the kids in? So what do you guys think of that class? Pretty tough, wasn't it? Yeah, welcome to my day. Okay, I placed the class 2, 4, 1, 3. Here's the good news. The first split was a 1 split, so if you missed it, you lost 1 point. The last split was a 1 split, so if you got the bottom 2 confused, you missed 1 point. But you had to get that 2 and 4 were the best 2, and 1 and 3 were the bottom 2. If you got that, you should have pretty good scores. So the yellow steer over the red steers. He's wider over the top line, shows more muscle expression all through his hip and then through the round. He carries around deeper and he's longer quartered. He deeper and wider through the stifle, a little bit cleaner through the front end and longer bodied. The number 4 steer is probably carrying more condition and more appropriate condition than 2. In the easy decision to put the number 4 over the number 1 steer, he's just bolder through the heart and through the chest. He's carrying more width of muscle, muscle length, much wider at the back. And then when you get to the rear and the rump of that steer, he's still much more bolder and rounder in his muscle shape. And then down wider through the stifle. So that's the big split. You had to get those 2 steers on top. 1 beat 3. 1 has the advantage in terms of body length, in terms of body depth. 3 is a shorter steer. And much like number 1, he tails off when he gets in around the pin bones and around the tail head. He gets a little narrow there in the top of the rump. Although that black steer is less waisty and he's wider over the top. and showing more, perhaps a little more finish than number one. But again, that's a close pair. So, did anybody get it right? That's okay. Did you really get it right? Awesome job. Okay. Thank you, everybody. You were fantastic showmen. It was really fun to judge you guys.